criticised that Nexon had introduced a similar system to Valve and Nintendo's previous games, so if the plaintiff's claim is true, Nexon has committed copyright infringement multiple times. The classic whataboutism. Okay, so you see this a lot when people are making arguments about copyright and anything like that. Oh, you know, your argument is this, so what about this? It's the classic whataboutism. But did Nexon employees work at Counter-Strike and then take files and then go make a game that looks identical, plays almost identical, but with more features because it's been developed for longer now and been released for longer and been an actual active product for longer, and was basically the same idea? Because that's what's being argued. It's not that the games are similar, it's that the games are so fucking similar due to the fact of who worked on it, where they worked on it. Like, these are the contextual things that matter. It's not that they're saying, oh, you've made a game that looks like ours. You know, same with the Pal World thing and the Nintendo thing. They're not arguing, oh, you know, this game looks similar to ours, so therefore you stole it. They're saying, due to all of these things that objectively did happen, you did work there, you did take the files on your own server, you did have a game that used all the same assets that you purchased, which we also used in the exact combination with the changes exactly the same way, using the same character names, using designs that look very similar. Like, that's the argument, not oh, you know, we had Pokeballs and then you've got balls that you throw that capture things. That's not the argument. It's not like saying, oh, Counter-Strike's first person and Doom is first person, so therefore did Counter-Strike steal Doom? Like, no, that's not the point. They argued that if copyright infringement and other items are judged solely based on the similarity of the atmosphere of the still cuts, there's virtually no game that does not infringe on the rights of previous games. Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. What was the source code used by Nexon stolen? Initially, Nexon filed a lawsuit pointing out that the source code of P3 was uploaded to the open source platform GitHub on June 30th, 2021. Before the disciplinary dismissal of team leader Choi, Nexon's position is that it is possible that the components and arrangement combinations of Dark and Darker were created based on this source code. IMACE responded, we can see that the source code was uploaded, but we cannot strictly know whether it was compiled. So that's Iron Mace saying that. So they're saying, oh, we see that the source code was uploaded, but was it compiled? We don't know. I mean, you do, because you fucking did or didn't do it. But that's the argument they're making in court. If this source code was used as is, there is a possibility of illegality. So it becomes another issue other than the substantial similarity. This is the second prong of the lawsuit, right? Did you use the code? Because if you did, this can be proven and you're fucked, basically. There's no other argument. We already know objectively, that I may submit it here, we know that the source code was uploaded. They had the source code, he did it repeatedly after being told not to,
places to rest our
which is sketchy as fuck, by the way.
Lay your axe by the fire and share the stories of your mighty battles.
Yeah, I'm on Iron Mace's side, fuck Nexon. You can't say that this isn't sketchy as fuck. To be told, don't do that, and then he just goes and does it anyway, and then deletes the server when they ask to see what's on it. That's, I don't know, guys, why would you do that otherwise? Because you could have solved a bunch of headaches if you just said, yeah, here you go then. Like, 1, not do it. 2, not poach the staff and leave. 3, don't then say, oh yeah, you can see it, psych, and then delete all the files, because that's fucking weird. If the source code was used, blah blah blah. Nexon claimed that it should be verified that the source code was used to create Dark and Darker, saying, if necessary, we can submit a video reference of the process of extracting GitHub data. Amaze countered, saying Dark and Darker came from the idea of then team leader Choi. What? Why? How's that?
You know, this reminds me that Dungeon Board PvE might be really fucking good.
Your skill has increased.
back once again to another video.
Thank you, Simon B 1471. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Right here, let me just go back to the announcement, which you're all going to get when you log in. So there's all these patch notes. Basically, Death Knight's been nerfed. Cryomancer's been buffed slightly, I believe, but I'm not a Cryomancer main, so just let me know if that's, you know, I'm just talking a load of nonsense. Rogue has had a slight buff, but nothing to what she does, well, to what Rogue needs. But the thing I want to talk about today is this new content, which is not content as such, it's just a new way of playing the game. There's an adventurer tier system. You earn rank points through exploration, escaping and eliminating enemies and adventures. And once you've climbed to the highest rank of the Chosen, you'll be able to obtain legendary equipment. Now, when I first looked at that, I'm like, wow, I played a game, and then it assigned me a rank. So on here now, you can actually click on yourself, view tier. I'm currently Drifter 3, so basically I've played 2 games. It is going to be more of a grind than anything. I don't really think you lose points. You just gain points, so it's a gameplay mechanic that they just want you to play the game a lot. However, you don't need to be a complete sweat to actually do well on this. So you can click on that and it'll give you a more detailed breakdown. So you start off at Drifter, what I'm at, and then you progress all the way through to the Chosen. Now, I'll read exactly what it says to you. The tiers from low to high are Drifter, Traveller, Adventurer, Demon Hunter, Valorant Hero, and Ascendant. Only max level characters entering the adventure will gain tier points. Well, it takes about 3 or 4 games to get to level 20 on this game. I kind of wish that the leveling mechanics of each of the characters would go on forever, like there was a prestige mode or something like that. I think that'd be cool. So it goes on to say, it's worth noting that after reaching the Valorant tier, Valiant tier,
says, I didn't miss your whisper
which is 2 from the top, points can only be gained by entering adventures on classic maps. That is a brilliant idea. So credit where credit's due to the developers, because people think I just hate this game.
Your skill has increased.
Videos being negative all the time. Well, this is a positive video. This is a great change, and I think this will bring a lot of PvE people back to the game, because you want something to grind. You're not bothered about team deathmatch, you know, 3v3, all these sweaty gameplay mechanics. You just want to have fun and level up and grind something. Well, this is going to do that. Goes on to say activities that can earn tier points include killing adventurers, Mithril Order members, killing monsters, dealing damage, providing healing, bringing out valuable items, well, extracting out with valuable items, and survival time in the dungeon. However, if you fail to escape, you will lose a certain amount of points. Okay, right. So I'll correct myself from earlier. You can actually lose points.
Auction created.
So again, I should imagine there's going to be some sort of matchmaking on this.
Auction created.
I should imagine you're not going to have people hero class versus drifter. I don't know. I'm speculating. It says there is an upper limit to the points that can be obtained for each activity in a single adventure. Once the upper limit is reached in a single adventure, no more points will be gained. This is a great change, guys. This is a great change. We're going to go and play in one game just to kind of show you what the changes are. Just let me sort all this out. I will actually note, guys, all the gear I've gotten is what I've extracted from previous dungeons. I'm kind of just completely broke on the game now, which kind of disappoints me, because they've actually made the heirlooms cost more to craft now, which I just don't see what their logic is for that at all. It just seems completely stupid. So you get points, guys, just for killing monsters, so there's no reason not to actually go into a lobby now and actually try to kill stuff. Have I really got that much crit damage with this build? Yeah, 25% extra, okay. And again, you get points as well for opening chests. So, you know, there's a load more to the game now, instead of just people running around thinking they're playing Team Deathmatch. Well, let's be real. It's not people, it's the sweats who play that way. They just go into casual to farm new players, let's put it that way. Even big YouTubers do it as well, so... Can never time that when you sat down. Okay, I should imagine this is going to be classed as an epic monster, because you do get different points depending on... Yeah, you do get different points depending on the type of monsters you kill. Okay. Just how did I get hit? I can't even remember getting hit, guys. Us dirty, filthy casuals trying to play video games and upload them to YouTube. How dare we? How dare we, guys? How dare we be casual and have an opinion about a video game? I thought he actually hit me then. So, yeah, basically surviving's a lot more... takes a lot more priority now. And as well as killing monsters, ads, whatever you want to refer to them as. We'll go this way, we don't mind going up here normally. Again, I've got the wrong rings. We're gonna hide here and ambush him. Hopefully we're gonna get the drop on him or we're gonna die. One or the other. There we go. We just had to run away from them when they did their... I believe that's a fighter who I've just killed.
Where can I send you today,
And
adventurer?
they did their ability where they get 30% damage reduction, 30% life steal, 30% more damage. I can't remember exactly what it is they do, but you just basically run away from them. That's kind of... that's kind of the plan. I've actually dropped that, you moron. Played a different game where you don't play like that.
Although we call
Mission
this
failed
land the
completed.
Barrens, to one who knows where to
Experience
look, this
gained,
place
1800.
teems with life.
I was in the
This
same
This
bag
lobby
is
as
Enraged
that
merely a
unlimited.
last
token,
game.
but what
Is
it
really
represents
that
is
little people
profound.
playing this game now?
Ishamuhali's strength is in you,
We're going to
adventurer.
heal up anyway.
May
Just
you
make sure
use
we're
it with
full health.
temperance. That is your burden. That is your honor. Now, adventurer, you must face the great thunder lizards. So
Again,
large
we've
are the
got a kill.
beasts, the
Way.
ground rumbles as they stomp across the plains. Take care as you fight them, for one
Quest
false
accepted.
step
Betrayal
and
from
you may
within.
find yourself beneath their feet. You will find the thunder lizards in the southern barrens. They are known as storm snouts,
Your skill has
storm
increased.
hides, and thunderheads. Return to me after you have bested them.
Yay, level 12. New weapon.
I'm wondering then how that skeleton's going to hit me. He's like got no sword and arm left. Oh, I'm going to get it. I'm just so lazy. I'm so lazy. Instead of waiting and trying not to get hit, I'm just too eager. Hold on, is that protection? He had one potter each. What? I nearly messed up then. The blue and the green looks very similar to me, guys. I think there's something wrong with my eyes. They do look similar, don't they? Sure they do. I think we was in a lobby what started with 11 players, so there's only 7 left now. And again, everything you extract with, you get more points. I think this is actually giving, you know, players like, you know, most of the people who watches my channel a more accessible way for this game now to, you know, to play it and try to get some legendary gear. Because let's be real, guys, none of us were going to ever get 7 wins on a row solo on Colossus Trials or whatever it's called. Trying to get 3 or 4 games back to back without people going AFK was tough enough. And remember, there is a bit of risk reward now, guys, because if we don't extract, we lose points. I don't think we lose them all. I think it's just like minus so many, which you'll see at the end of the game in a moment. I can't hear anybody. Looks like there's a lot. I just heard somebody up there. Don't give me away, you rat. There's definitely somebody here. Get over here, you fucking... You're dead now. There you go, you're dead, Cryo. Not bad for little old casual me. I don't think he's got anything good anyway. Why, he's stacked, he's got a load of gear. Try to take the smaller stuff, what we can sell. I think we stacked. I don't think we can really take anything else. Right, we just need to get out of here now. Right, let's go back on where we've been. Should be a bit safer.
You've been examined.
I'm surprised that crowd didn't kill me. I'm surprised we've actually managed to get 2 kills in one game, considering I'm bad at the game. Well, I'm casual, I'm just not good, let's put it that way. Let's hope we just don't run into somebody now and they take all this...
Your skill has increased.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and this is just another video in a set of videos that I like to subtitle on this channel, the YouTube ad block war, okay? You know, I'm like Frank West, I covered wars, you know, I'm like a war journalist, and the war that I'm covering is YouTube's ad block war, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want to just stress and, you know, preface this by saying that I understand why YouTube needs to have an ad block. Like, I get it. I'm not dumb. I don't think any of us are dumb. YouTube is an expensive site to run. Now, if you look at actual Google's earning, you can see that Google basically makes most of its advertising revenue most of its revenue from advertising dollars, okay? So according to Statista, all right, just in 2023, they apparently made $305 billion US dollars just in advertising revenue, okay? And obviously Google's got other businesses, but this is kind of a primary thing. And if you think YouTube isn't making most of its money from advertising dollars, you would be surprised, okay? That's pretty much where the lion chunk of money is gotten, or comes from. Now, the thing about ads is, obviously, people who watch YouTube on desktop, I would probably assume have an ad blocker enabled, right? Just because ad blocks are kind of a necessary thing for most of the internet these days, okay? It's to a point where the internet advertising space is so dangerous that law enforcement agencies like the Federal Bureau of Intelligence advise you to use an ad blocking solution in order to peruse the sites on the internet, okay? Even the nicest website could have the filthiest scam advertisement that can actually cause you some serious financial harm, which is why ad blocks are necessary. Now, the thing about YouTube is, if you know YouTube's terms and services, they will straight up tell you when you block YouTube ads, you violate the terms of services. And so they give you a whole bunch of guides on how to whitelist YouTube versus any other website, right? And the thing is, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and pretend to tell you which ad blocks or solutions you want to go down. I'm not trying to catch a community guideline strike from the platform I'm uploading to. But one thing that's always interested me is if you go to chromewebstore.google.com, you can see that literally, okay, featured extensions involve AdBlock Plus, AdBlock for YouTuber, YouTube AdBlock by Friendly. And some of these have gotten reviews up to like 325
Your skill has increased.
reviews at some point, okay? I've never fucking reviewed an extension in my life, okay? So I want to meet the people that are reviewing it. You've got 9 million something users using these tools on their system. You've got entire web browsers like Brave, the browser that I use, specifically working on fighting ads every single day. So clearly it's a problem, and even Google doesn't really fight that hard against it. Like on their own store, they have an extension that would be against the TOS for another product they have. Wild stuff. So the reason why we're kind of talking about it is YouTube's warfare against ads have intensified to the point that they have now implemented new forms of advertisement, okay? So for a lot of people that watch YouTube on their television, is the title of that show porny? Whoa, okay. Well, other side of the world is a little different than mine. But yeah, you start to read stuff like this where YouTube is redesigning the streaming experience for viewers and advertisers, okay? So for instance, on, TV YouTube, all right, which is totally different than desktop YouTube. I know this for a fact because every time I walk in on my dad watching his videos on YouTube for TV, because that's how he watches YouTube, not on a desktop or even like his mobile device. He actually uses a TV application. The amount of times he skips through ads reminds me of cable television, okay? Tons of your favorite YouTubers put in mid-roll ads like crazy, okay? I personally don't, like throughout all my time on YouTube, I can only probably remember a few times that I put it in for longer videos, but generally when you see like a crazy amount of videos or advertisements on videos, the YouTuber probably went into the actual advertising setting on the actual video and chunked in like a whole bunch. But I don't know at this point. Sometimes YouTube can just throw in ads like crazy. And one of the ads that kind of showed up that made people a little wild is this one right here, this Dunkin' Donuts ad. So if you read what they're actually talking about over here, they said that what they're bringing is apparently in May they announced CTV first formats, including 30-second non-skippable ads, okay, and pause experiences. Now I believe this Dunkin' Donuts experience is a pause experience, okay? So some guy on YouTube decided to pause their video, and all of a sudden they were like, whoa, hold on there, buddy. You sure you don't want a $6 Dunkin' meal deal? And that's pretty much what it comes down to. Now, when I pay $6 for Dunkin's coffee, I'm sure it's probably better than Tim Patel's, but at the end of the day, I'm not going out of my house to go get Dunkin's coffee because I saw an ad on YouTube, okay? Wild stuff. Now, I haven't seen this on YouTube for desktop, and I think primarily it's because YouTube realizes that, if you pause a video and just walk away, you probably aren't looking at that screen. And I would kind of expect the same for the TV version. But clearly, YouTube is trying to over-monetize their actual website. And I'm pretty sure a lot of it has to do with, the costs of running the website. And a lot of the internet is getting more expensive. Like, you've probably seen a lot of your favorite streaming services increase, subscription prices across the board. But, yeah, with YouTube, it seems like ever since management shifted over to Neil, these levels of advertising have only just escalated to this point. Now, again, when you look at the price for some of these YouTube's, premium models, right, which YouTube's actual argument is, if you want to avoid the advertisements, you go get YouTube Premium. Now, I don't have YouTube Premium myself, and you might be like, wow, as a YouTuber, why don't you get YouTube Premium? Personally, I don't really have a lot of streaming subscription services
Experience gained,
because honestly, I find them to be way too much. It's such an intensely,
Nice.
I guess you could say, contested field at this point. There's a lot of them. So one post that I saw from literally 12 hours ago, this one user says YouTube increased their family premium plan by like 50%, okay? So they went from 179 Norwegian krones to 269 Norwegian krones a month. So again, somebody doing the math on that, like, if you took, again, if you did the old Jaguar math, 269 times 12, you're looking at 3,228 krones, which again, based on the current dollar, $300 a year for just your YouTube subscription, okay? Now, on a side tangent, I fucking hate subscription services.
I died heading to Dead Mines as a druid when I had water
So to show you why I dislike streaming services a lot, this is Prime Video, Amazon Prime. And I'm watching the show Parks and Recreation right here. And the funniest thing about it is, like, you can see how every single episode here is included with Prime. Literally out of every single one of these seasons, I think it's just season 2 where, like, you're watching every single episode on Prime. And all of a sudden, one episode out of this entire show on Amazon Prime costs like $21.99 a month. You got to join a different subscription service on top of the fucking subscription service you're using in order to experience it. This is why I dislike subscriptions. No way in fresh hell I am paying $22 a month to watch one episode of a television show. Okay, get out of here. Okay, this is why I don't get into subscription services in the first place. They always told me, "Oh, Muda, it's better than cable TV." Bro, I was paying for packages on cable TV, and I'm paying for subscription services now by the boatload. It's not happening. Now, again, the thing about YouTube ads is, obviously it's against terms of services, but I'm pretty, like, sympathetic. Like, for me, I'm not going to get mad if you use advertisement blockers and you watch my videos. I've seen wild takes from YouTubers going and saying, well, it's basically piracy if you watch my video without an ad block. Look, I just feel lucky and blessed that people
all I know is
watch
it's
my
scary once you cross the
content
river
in
down
the
here
first
next.
place. Watching
Downfall
an
has
ad
reached level
or,
60.
clicking on any of the sponsor links in any sponsored video I have is just like basically a bonus, okay? I just want you guys to enjoy watching the videos that, I make. And the thing about it is, I can see the experience of YouTube because of the over monetization and the constant mid-roll ads and the constant unskippable ads. People are tuning away from the platform, not the people on the platform. And that is when things get outright hostile and bad to the people producing the videos. I want you guys to enjoy watching my content. I don't want you to fight through YouTube advertisements. Now, I'm not going to say that you should use ad blockers. That's clearly against YouTube's TOS. But me, I can understand why somebody would choose to do that just to watch a video. Because, yes, at times, if you don't have YouTube Premium, it can be a nearly unwatchable experience. And one of the things that I really want YouTube to address, and they've done a decent job of it, but I want to talk about the wild scam advertisements that exist. So some of the stuff that I've seen floating around is from this one YouTube Reddit, right? Which is not an official Reddit, it's a fan Reddit. But the thing is, most of the posts here are about the fucked up ads people end up screenshotting on their devices. So this guy's watching a Mark Rober video, and one of the ads is Prison Angels Sin City. Now, this is literally like some girl, like, obviously playing with a record. Now, clearly it's a suggestive image, and, I don't think it's necessarily against YouTube's TOS, but I know what the advertiser in this situation is trying to do. Now, one funny one that I read out of all these was this one, where they had this, like, one meme, me waiting for the YouTube ad to finish so I can watch a video about first aid and perform CPR on my grandma. Bro, just call the ambulance, bro. Call the ambulance. Granny's gonna be at God's doorstep before the ad buffers get out of here. Now, I like this one a lot too. I could just imagine being like imagine being like a marketing student for a second. You hear all these things about crazy historical like ad campaigns, and then the only ad kicking your ass is Skibbity Toilet, Mr. Beast, Family Guy, Jeff the Killer Slop for Gary's Mod that you can play on your phone or tablet. Now, this is a scam. Gary's Mod isn't available on a cell phone or tablet, okay? Unless you use shit like emulators, which is a totally different story. This is designed so children download ad-ridden software for free and just, fucking completely nuke their privacy, give up information, or God forbid sign up for subscriptions where they just don't need to. Oh, dude, no, not Homelander. Not my boy Homelander, bro.
Your skill has increased.
They got him too. How bad is the contracts over at VOT where Homelander is telling me how to play these shitty mobile games? Which, by the way, the funny thing about looking at these mobile games is 9 times out of 10, every single one of these games, the gameplay does not reflect what you see. I made tons of these videos in the past, like 6 years ago I was talking about it. 6 years later, the story has not changed, okay? So no, Homelander, I'm not going to download Last War survival game, okay? And I don't think any of you should either. This one's really bad. Like, I don't know, this might actually get me taken, like, this might get the video taken down, but this is a kid. This is an app called Lightsaber Gun Sound Effects, okay? So why would this video possibly get me taken down? Because it shows a kid digitally vaping, alright? So yes, vape and gun sound, I don't really see lightsabers here. But yeah, this kid's just like vaping into the smartphone. Now to be fair with you, okay? If I saw my kid doing this, I'd be on the most international hunt for milk that you've never seen before, okay? I would just be gone. All right, I would realize my failure as a parent and just run away. But yeah, it's a bad thing. Like kids are basically looking at it and being like, oh yeah, I want to join in on that. Let me get a little vape cart too. Oh, this one, dude. Learn colors with Daddy Pig. Draw now with Daddy Pig. No download required. And then it's like mydrawing.star.com, and it's the pig dad from Peppa Pig. Okay. Now I've seen Peppa Pig being waterboarded in the past by Eli So Cray, but this image, this disgusts me. Okay, this is quite literally haram. Shouldn't even be looking at it. Bad. This guy's just looking at Subnautica memes, and that prison angel goddamn image comes back again, dude. Can't even be watching wholesome memes without it. You know, imagine you're just sitting there minding your own business. Okay, you got a nosy parent or aunt or uncle. I know we all do. Okay, you're sitting there watching your memes on the internet, and that ad looks up. Ooh, you're gonna have a lot of explaining to do. Well, again, it's another dog water mobile game you shouldn't download. Match Family. This is a match game, by the way. Okay, mom, husband, and son are stranded out in the blisteringly cold wilds. Okay, dad abandons the kids because I guess he saw his kid vaping into a phone, and mom and kid are just rolling onto land. I love how it gives you the option to help them. What, am I going to abandon them? Maybe, alright, but at least give me the option in the game, Jesus Christ. And yeah, it's literally a match 3 game, alright? Like, goddamn, dude. That is at least the least egregious ad I've seen. Where it gets really downright illicit, and of course I'm blurring this, but this is an app called Cast2. It's a TV casting screen sharing application. And I guess I'll just show you what's going on, okay? So this is the most safe for work part of this. So here you can see the application's camera as it's pointed to somebody's hand, right? And you can see that this person is wearing clothes, and obviously the camera app typically shows that it can look through clothing. So the parts of the ad that I can show you, yeah, well,
you received light letter.
That's just you trying to get illegal creep shots, okay? So yeah, that's apparently right on YouTube advertising, right on the Shorts algorithm. Right there, Cats 2. So yeah, YouTube's advertisement war has gotten more intense. YouTube is more ready to show you advertisements, and honestly, you know, it's one of those things where I really wish YouTube could get in and at least really tackle the worst offenders on their platform, which are still out there, and unfortunately, still could target children. But look, beyond just like the annoying ads out there too, it's really the experience that I hope YouTube really looks at and thinks about it again, okay? I'm not against ads on the platform. I think obviously ads are what sustains the sites and keeps them going. But there's got to be a healthy balance between making the site nearly unusable for the audience and, you know, monetizing off of it, okay? I don't think you should be so heavy-handed, because I think if you go really heavy-handed in making the experience so ad-ridden, those users that come to YouTube might end up just going to other video sharing platforms in the long run, okay? And it's not as if YouTube doesn't really have competition, okay? Yes, down the road, there are other platforms like TikTok, for instance.
Your skill has increased.
You know, they're a competitor. I think Facebook can be a viable competitor if they still play their cards right. But yeah, at least in YouTube's camp, it's like, you gotta have a healthy balance. And this is not a healthy balance. And you gotta stop those goddamn scam ads, because every time I go to the YouTube Reddit board, there is just new content to work off of. It's not good. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like it if you dislike it. I am out.
Aggro. You receive loot. Medium letter. Aggro. You receive loot. Oasis tail spike. You receive loot. Shed lizard skin. You receive loot. Thunder lizard tail. You receive loot. Medium leather. Quest accepted. Oasis call. Aggro. You receive loot. Shed lizard skin. You receive loot. Thunder lizard blood. You receive loot. Thunder lizard tail. Aggro. You receive loot. Light leather. You receive loot. Light leather 2. Aggro. You receive loot. Thunder lizard blood. You receive loot. Light leather 2.
Oh no.
Put the fries in the bag. Family country before I deport you.
Go, run! Run!
Aggro.
Put the fries in the bag. I'm gonna kick your butt.
I feel like it's
You receive
time
loot.
for our
Charge
monthly
scale.
checkup on Josh. Originally,
You receive loot.
when
Thunder
I
lizard
covered
blood.
t-shirts, it was a situation where, oh look, that guy's getting really drunk. Lamau, that's hilarious. But now, as time has gone on, the situation has just became more and more sad. Like,
You
people
receive
are getting more
light
and
leather
more
2.
concerned for him. And it seems right now he has two choices. The light choice
You receive
is to
light leather 2.
get some actual help or maybe some kind of intervention. And the dark path is to keep doing what he's doing and just fall deeper and deeper into alcoholism. But if you don't know who Joshua Block is, basically he has become TikTok's obsession for the past couple of months, probably the best part of a year or so. So obviously the way the internet works, everything is supercharged, right? You know, memes come and they die within the space of like a day. Hawk to a girl, Hawk who a girl?
Respect.
You know, there's so many memes that come out now that basically it's natural selection that like 2 or 3 of them actually survive and continue to, you know, do anything else. But Josh, as many people may know, likes to
Aggro.
drink, and his entire bit is basically getting drunk every single day, filming himself around New York City, getting into altercations, to the point now, which I've said before, people have
You receive
dedicated
loot. Charge
accounts
scale.
tracking how much Josh drinks every single
You
day,
receive loot.
how
Medium
much
leather.
it eats into his finances, how many calories he's intaking, and also his blood alcohol level, which
What?
hits very worrying levels each video. I think I saw a video recently and he hit basically a new PR, which is not a personal
Aggro.
record that you want to celebrate about.
I'm bad at parties.
Warning. Captain's definitely hitting a PR today. It all starts at 3 p.m. with a called crew. That's going to be 2 standard drinks, $5, and 4 new drinks. It's 4 p.m. and the captain has a vodka cranberry for 1.5
You receive
standard
loot.
drink.
Thunder
And of
lizard
course,
tail.
the only logical thing to do after that is to have a Jaeger bomb
You
for
receive
another
loot.
standard
Medium
drink.
leather.
In total, 2.5
Aggro.
standard drinks, $24, and 310 calories.
And again, one of the situations with Josh that's really sad is like he doesn't really seem to have any family. His mother passed away when he was incredibly young, and this is actually something that I remember seeing on stream once. The only thing we seem to really know at the minute is Josh still has a grandfather that's alive,
You receive loot. Light leather
and
2.
he would basically live with him until he moved down into New York, living from like hotel to hotel. But again, because Josh is obviously someone who has some kind of learning disability, I already talked about how he had one scummy manager called Michael Quinn, but recently he's found himself with Mr. Based. That's his real name, by the way. It is Mr. Based. I'm not doing a bit. But yeah, Mr. Based has somehow made Michael Quinn look like an absolute saint. So in the last Joshua Block update, I talked about how his manager, Mr. Based, was apparently handing himself into the police. The context behind that is because Josh has so much notoriety now, a lot of people want to get involved and do documentaries or stage interventions, and one of those people was Alex Novell, and he did like a series on his YouTube channel talking about Joshua Block living with, you know, alcoholism and autism, and then he basically wanted to confront Mr. Based in public. This led to Alex, you know, having really bad injuries on his face, and obviously it seemed like a fight, and Mr. Based was gonna, you know, hand himself into police.
So I want to shout out my main man, Josh Block, World of T-Shirts. I went through a lot the past couple days. I had King Star's lynch mobs coming after me, banging on my windows for like 5, 6, 7 hours a night. Josh and I were camped out in my bedroom, chilling out while people were banging on the windows, going crazy. My lawyer negotiated a for me to surrender myself for the bullshit fake charges that Alex did when he was squeezing my trachea. He didn't have me in a headlock. He was squeezing my trachea.
Surprisingly, shortly after that video went out, Mr. Based actually posted a video of him and Josh just eating caviar. So apparently that was just engagement bait.
I'm making a video of me just to cover up that I'm busy.
14 copper.
Not a live stream, a video. Tell them you're monitoring me?
Monitoring him.
The whole time?
The whole time.
So after this situation, and there were many altercations, Josh basically started traveling the world again. He went to San Francisco, Bermuda, even going to Spain himself. And prior to his trip in Spain, he actually managed to get a new tattoo. If you know, he's already got some tattoos. I think he got a martini glass at one point, but this one was to honor his sailing pride. And then if you look at the tattoo as well, it's got the same phrase, which matches the song name that he made, 1700 somewhere. Now, the funny thing is about Josh, he seems to be a little bit of a music artist at the minute. So originally he made that song 1700 somewhere, but then afterwards he made another song, and it's called Forever Drunk, which is, I'll be honest, probably not the best name for someone that's suffering with alcoholism.
You receive loot. Kodomi. You receive loot. Kodomi. You receive loot.
But you know what? I can look past that. Maybe now he's a changed person and things are getting better for him. Right? Right? I mean, you're watching a Paralive video, so yeah, we kind of know how it ends. So since the last video I covered talking about Josh, he's became a lot more aggressive, as well as spewing out some pretty hurtful and insensitive things, and to a lot of people on the internet he's earned the title of
Me too, I mean, me too.
But again, in a lot of the clips I'm going to show throughout the video, he just seems incredibly distressed, and it's really hard to discern whether this is actual stress that he's experiencing, or he's playing it up, hamming it up a little bit, almost like being a bit of a rage baiter, something which Mr. Based might have told him to do. Now, one viral laugh out loud hilarious meme going around with Joshua Block at the minute is, "Put the fries in the bag." If you haven't seen it, it's basically Josh just going around saying put the fries in the bag, implying that he makes so much money that the average wagey that will never leave their cage could never attain to such a level that Josh has. And the worst thing about this as well, like, you could say that this is like a Josh ego thing, it's gone to his head, but no, it's something orchestrated by Mr. Based, purposely implemented as rage bait content, because he has it in his head, and he's actually quite smart with this, to be fair. He realizes a lot of people hate Josh, let's just capitalize on that and make him out to be the most villainous person imaginable, so I get more clicks and I get more views. Because if you don't know, Mr. Based and Josh stream a lot together, and on those streams, it's the saddest content imaginable. It's just Josh being verbally harassed by chat constantly. I mean, I stream, right? And I have like a TTS setup where people roast me and stuff.
Lakota money completed. Experience gained 1,300. Elliot car completed. Experience gained 1,450.
Together there is no
Enraged Thunder Lizards completed.
Walk tall,
Experience gained
adventurer.
1,700.
Walk tall, Earthshaker.
Quest accepted.
The
Cry of the
Thunder
Thunderhawk.
Lizard Oatanka is called Blue Bolt by the Tauren, for within him resides a speed that belies his size. It is said that lightning struck Blue Bolt long ago, and fed from the sky's rage, the great beast's energy is without limit. May his energy flow through you, adventurer, for you now keep pace with Oatanka. It is good to see you return with proof of victory, and it is good to know you have done so with your bones unbroken. The Thunderhawk adventurer is a fierce beast. It is time for you to
Adventurer.
face him. You must find where it roams, and bring me its wings as proof of your successful hunt. Do this, and your time with me
Adventurer.
will near its end.
Damn it, adventurer.
Warp drive active.
Has increased.
Yep.
Your skill has increased.
Almost pyro.
Did you have to use the old lady voice for that? You could have used any voice. But with Josh, he's obviously not comfortable with any of these donos, and they will never be turned off because it's making Mr. Based thousands of dollars per stream. So Mr. Based had this hilarious idea of getting Josh to say to a McDonald's employee, put the fries in the bag. But the situation is just really awkward. You can tell that, like, the employee and Josh just aren't listening to his instructions at all. You know, he probably had it in his head. This is going to be hilarious. It's going to get like 20 million views. And then it just ends up becoming just cringe. But eventually later down the road, Josh actually pulls out his phone and says, you know, put the fries in the bag, which leads to a bunch of people booing at him in the restaurant.
Put the fries in the bag.
Now, I do want to say this is a possible schizo theory. I have no proof of this. Oh, I just did the Mr. Beast hands. Again, that sucks. Why am I doing that so much? I'm not actually sure whether there were people booing in the background or they were edited in post to almost make Joshua look even worse, because again, that's more clout for Mr. Based. I don't know. That
Bag.
Now, I do want to say this is a possible schizo theory. I have no proof of this. Oh, I just did the Mr. Beast hands. Again, that sucks. Why am I doing that so much? I'm not actually sure whether there were people booing in the background or they were edited in post to almost make Joshua look even worse, because again, that's more clout for Mr. Based. I don't know. That's a little bit of a schizo theory. Then a couple of weeks later, when he's streaming with Mr. Based, a random woman actually spots Josh on the street and says, put the fries in the bag. He shouts at her, chases her down the street, calls her a bitch. And this clip actually went super viral for a long period of time because, again, it was like kind of people that didn't like Josh but then clowning on him.
You put the fries in the bag. I'm gonna kick your butt.
Skill has increased.
She wants your head sent $10. That's the unboxing system.
Never say that to me again, bitch.
Well, Browning just
You
He
are...
told me to put the fries in the bag.
This is a little side tangent, by the way, but I have noticed that there have been some very good Samaritans. There have been people that have, you know, seen Josh in public, and they've tried to stage a little bit of a soft intervention. I saw this one clip on TikTok, and this woman was like really respectful, really nice, even saying to Josh, you know, you don't have to stop drinking entirely, maybe just, you know, kind of cut back a little bit. And then Josh tries to take the information, and then he just walks off like an NPC after skipping all the dialogue after getting a quest. Like, genuinely, no bit. He walks away from this woman, like, when mid-conversation is happening. Now, as another little bit of a side quest here, talking more about the Joshua Block stuff, there's been this TikTok edit that's been doing numbers about the Minecraft movie trailer and Joshua Block. If you don't know, when Josh streams with Mr. Based and Mr. Based doesn't like something that's happening, thinking the stream could get pulled, he says the word Minecraft.
Minecraft movie executives versus real gamers.
Stop making fun of me. In real life, Minecraft. In real life, Minecraft. In real life, I can't take this shit anymore.
Minecraft.
In real life, I can't take this shit anymore. I live paycheck to fucking paycheck.
Minecraft.
Your skill has increased.
I've only been to 7 biomes.
Minecraft is basically the safe word, as in like, okay, maybe stop doing that. That's a little bit cringe. Let's stop this now. I'm not going to make $5,000 off someone who's learning disabled. But then someone tried to turn it into talking about the Minecraft film, and then Josh's mental breakdown. It's a very weird situation with Josh because I know that there's a lot of people out there that want him to get better. They want him to stop drinking. I'm one of those people. I would love it if he was able to turn his life around, but then as well, there's a lot of people that want to see him, you know, kind of fail. And I think one of the reasons behind that is a lot of people watch content as a form of escapism. You know, you could watch a film, you could watch a TV show, you could watch a YouTuber do a narrated playthrough of a video game that adds no substance, like for example the Darkwood video I recently put out. But yeah, a lot of people like escapism, and I feel like people gravitate towards Joshua because it is like, "Ooh, my life sucks, I got fired today, I can barely make rent, this sucks." But wait a minute, I'm not Joshua Block going around screaming at 3 in the morning at random people and threatening to get stabbed. It's just that classic tale, like as old as time, about like how people need to find some form of escapism, and unfortunately a lot of people are doing that through Josh. And it was around this time as well where Josh was traveling around the world during his, I guess, like quote-unquote break. When he came back, he was very anti-American pilled. Now Josh has always had like bad things to say about America, but this time it sounded very charged.
Somebody was threatening me on the street in New York City. I just want to leave America and never come back, but I don't know how.
So there was that one, and then this one as well. America isn't safe. I get beaten, harassed, robbed 10 times. I can't afford a lawyer to sue most countries, have pro bono representation, and universal healthcare. I don't have the luxury of dealing with this when I work on the front lines 7 days a week. I wish I could live in Bermuda permanently. So this is where he starts this arc of basically saying that, you know, homeless people are scum, they don't really do anything, they lounge around. Meanwhile, he is constantly working every single day to put out content. Now, I'm not sure where he got the term front lines from, because that's usually used to describe someone that works, for example, in healthcare or, you know, essential workers. You know, that was a term literally used by people on the front lines during the pandemic at lockdown. He also mentions in some of these weird ramblings as well that he makes $5,000 a month, as well as living paycheck to paycheck.
So, I work 7 days a week. I work my butt off, and I only make $5 grand a month. You know how poor I am? I live paycheck to paycheck, yet these homeless people can just lounge around and get free money. I make my money fair and square. Unacceptable.
And when you hear that, it's like, okay, like New York rent is an actual bit with how bad it is. I think the only place worse is probably like Canada or New Zealand. Like, yeah, like rent is pretty bad.
You, like the Thunderhawk, should be proud. You have bested every foe we set you before and have done so with strength, courage, and honor. But your path of adventure continues. In fact, you will find that true hunters forever strive, forever walk their path with the same pride you have shown me. Now it is time to move on. You have hunted the beasts of the barrens. Your spirit is strong, but a hunter must always be prepared. A true hunter can stalk prey down any path. Mountains and swamps will not sway her, not even the sea. Find my sister Marin. She hunts the great water beasts along the coast. She will be your teacher in their ways, but be wary in your search for her, for the Baron's coast is held by humans.
Going around where Josh was basically having a conversation with what I believe to be a homeless guy. It was like some guy sat on the end of the street, and Josh is talking down to this guy constantly, bigging himself up. And what a lot of people in the comments pointed out, this could really be Josh if he doesn't sort his life out.
What do you want to tell the world, young man? I'll give you money. What do you want to tell the world?
Give him some money. Just give him $1 or something.
I'm gonna give him money. But I want him to say something. That's all.
Come on, I have a career. I'm successful.
What you do? Listen, I'm motherfucker doing big time job.
I fucking hate you.
What? I hate you either.
I work and make money fair and square, and you just sit down and lounge.
Look at this.
And beg.
Josh, you're not being fair to this guy.
Homelessness should be a crime.
And then on top of that as well, Josh seems to have a new bit. Originally, he would keep screaming to people when he was drunk that he's from Brownsville, but now apparently he's from the Bronx.
Why does being from the Bronx make you better than Don Bartucci?
Because the Bronx, the South Bronx is a tough place. I mean, you can't even walk the streets without being
You receive loot. Long tail hair.
shot at.
Is it the toughest borough in New York?
You receive loot. Light leather stew.
That part of the Bronx is, but there's very safe areas in the Bronx.
Now, there is one clip recently that was circulating around Josh that I do want to talk about in a little bit more detail. Mr. Based was reading chat during a live stream, and one of those people in chat basically said to Josh, you should, you know, maybe get a tattoo of your mum. And I think the response that Josh gives is one of the most, like, well-thought, constructed, intelligent responses he has ever gave. I'm just gonna let the clip, like, play out for itself, because I think this is really important to see this, because it is Josh being an actual human, instead of, like, you know, opposed to being drunk, wandering around, listening to, you know, just the same 3 David Guetta songs over and over.
Gosh, you should get a tattoo in memory of your mom. Whoa, that's a good idea. You want a mom tattoo?
No thanks.
Think about that.
I don't want a tattoo of someone who died.
No, it's a tribute to the memory.
I know, but then I have to think about it all the time. I should save that for, you know, when I visit the graveyard.
Getting that tattoo?
Yeah. No, save thinking about it, you know, when I want to think about it.
All right, but a lot of people have a mom tattoo, and it's very sweet, you know?
Yeah.
I mentioned this earlier, but Josh's mom died when he was really young, and it's just awful. It's an awful situation, and when I see clips like that as well, it really does, like, it humanizes Josh a lot, because
my father died when I was 27. Does that count? I had him about 15 years longer than he did. But yeah, does that count or whatever? Do I get credit? I'm not using my own case. I'm not talking about me or my father. I'm talking about how much credit do you get for your parents dying? You know, it sucks, I admit, and it's worse when you're like an orphan. You know, but like I don't. Oh shit! No. Oh no! What's this? Get me out of here, duck.
Warp drive active.
Go. Yeah, I got away.
$155 experience gained.
Slitted eggs.
Aggro.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
You receive loot. Sell it in Agor.
a lot of people make fun of him. They think, oh, it's
You
Lamau the laugh out loud drunk, but there's
Aggro.
obviously just a kid like behind all of that, you know? I think the thing that's really annoying about this is I recorded this entire video earlier today, and I gave a much more thought out, better response. I recorded this video for about 2 hours straight, like contemplating all my thoughts, and now those thoughts have gone because it's like 7 o'clock at night. It's not that late, but like, you know, I'm a little bit exhausted now. Because when I recorded the video, my mic was muted more on moments, so I've had to do the entire video again, but I'm just trying to, like, you know, contemplate my thoughts of what I said earlier. But Josh he's obviously someone that is really being taken advantage of, and these clips of, like, him being genuine seem to be sprouting up more and more, like it's a bit of a resurgence, a bit of a rebellion against the whole mainstream bit of making fun of Josh, and I think that's really good. And also as well, I think that clip in of itself is just evil, because you can tell, like, Mr. Based is just pushing Josh constantly.
Mr. Based.
Why don't you want to get a tattoo? Why don't you want to get a tattoo, bro? Oh, you don't want to get a tattoo of your mum? Well, let's get a tattoo later. It's like, Josh is unfortunately paired at the hip with someone so terminally content-brained that if Josh, like, fell over or collapsed in the street, Mr. Based would feel
Mr.
that.
Based.
Again, it's hard to empathize with
Every
Josh
time you
in
say
the
Mr.
general
Based, it
public's
cracks
eye,
me
because
up.
he does things like, for example, saying to this woman that she's going to get deported.
Your skill has increased.
Before I deport you.
Aggro.
You're an illegal immigrant. You're not supposed
You receive loot. Sell it at EGGX3.
And then, you know,
What?
saying hard R on stream.
Your skill has increased.
Don't even.
Truly a 2017 Pyro moment. So it's very clear, like, I'm trying to give Josh an out, but he is not in the best headspace. And unfortunately, things only seem to be getting worse.
Aggro.
So one night, Josh was attacked by a bunch of people, apparently with knives.
Go, run! 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 Keep going! No one's after you, Josh. You're good. You're good. Keep running.
And then he started to just completely freak out publicly. This included kicking the door of a random restaurant with a guy on the other side. And you can see in this clip as well, which is really disgusting, just how content-brained Mr. Based is.
You receive loot. Crack solid shot. You receive loot. Solid I4.
Just help him, bro.
There's guys after me with knives. Help!
I have no idea who this random guy is, by the way, that pulled up with the wearing the cycling helmet or whatever, but he seems like an absolute saint, and honestly would probably do a better job taking care of Josh than Mr. Based is doing by a long shot.
Here, maybe
Just help him. Just help him, bro.
There's guys after me with
Aggro.
knives. Help!
Hey, you're okay. You're okay.
I only make 60K a year. I'm gonna punch you out too. Just like.
No, Josh is freaking out at this guy, you know, saying like how much money he makes, saying that he's going to sue him, and the guy's like, okay, I understand, I'm dealing with someone that's like, you know, learning impaired, he's probably drunk, I'm not going to engage, I'm just going to make sure that he's okay. And like bless that, I have no idea who this guy is, but he is so dangerously based for that. And then, meanwhile, Mr. Based, the little worm, is in the background egging Josh on. When Josh is mentioning how much money he makes every year, Mr. Based then goes, yeah, he makes that much every year.
60K a year.
He only makes 60K a year.
I have no idea who that guy is that like was near Josh, but you know, people like that need to be around Josh, not Mr. Based. By the way, I recorded this a little bit later. When I originally recorded this video, my mic was muted the entire time, and I had a lot to say, like a little bit of tangents and stuff, and then I forgot them. So this is one that just came to mind in the original recording because I had to record this video basically twice in a row. I've noticed that Josh a lot, he bites himself, right? Like when he's out in public and he gets stressed, he, you know, bites himself a lot, like, you know, basically a form of self-harming as a way to cope. That is apparently common with people that are like, you know, neurodivergent and stuff. It's a way to kind of take out stress because they can't really properly put it out anywhere. I'll be honest, like, not to overshare, that's something I did when I was a kid, when I was like 10 years old or something. You know, I had this stress, I didn't know where to take it out, so I bit myself a lot. I mean, thankfully, you know, I'm 27 years old, I don't do it anymore. But again, it just shows that Josh is just such a vulnerable person. It is so easy for him to be manipulated or taken advantage of. I don't know, I just saw that clip of him like biting himself in particular, and I did just think to myself, like, he's literally just a kid, man. Like, there are so many people like taking advantage of him in that city as well, like Mr. Based and all the people trolling him and shit. It's just sad. Like there's not really any commentary or anything I can add there. It just hurts like watching that shit. The next day though, they talk about the situation and what happened and why Josh was even jumped in the first place.
All right, here's the big question. What the fuck happened last night? What was that? Was that our craziest stream we ever had?
Guys after me with knives.
So what people summarized and what they basically self-reported is Josh drank too much and then he said the N-word. Apparently though, Josh's cope was he meant to say it to the chat versus the guys.
You know why? Because you slipped out that word by accident.
I wasn't talking to them. I was talking to your live stream.
He then went on to claim that they didn't even like him and they lived paycheck to paycheck.
They just don't like me. I live paycheck to paycheck. I work on the front lines.
They tried to play it off.
I work on the front lines.
Stalkers that were out to kill him, but in reality, he got too much to drink. He said a slur around the wrong people, and then he basically had to run away. But in the same clip as well, when Josh runs away, you can see that the guy, whoever he said it to, is doing a countdown, right?
You receive loot.
You know, in a sense of like, get the fuck out of my face, I don't want to hear that, which is totally respectable. But then like, Mr. Based joins in on the countdown saying like, you need to run away to save your life. Like, Mr. Based isn't breaking up the fight and being, I'm so sorry,
Mr. Based.
To do that. No, Mr. Based is like, just filming. He's filming like it's a fucking Black Mirror episode.
You got 10 seconds, let's go.
Because it is.
Go! Go, Josh!
Your auction of lesser healing potions sold.
Yeah, this mentally disabled guy kept saying the N-word out in public, and now someone wants to beat him up for it. Should I help him? Should I explain that he's got problems and, like, you know, get him to leave peacefully? Nah, I'll just film and say, run away or you're gonna die. Josh also has these other weird copes as well to be able to excuse himself. Like, for example, saying how he's only been to 9 countries and most people have been to 30 countries.
I've only been to 9 countries. Some people have been to 30.
And then not too long after that, Josh went to address the apparent Bronx claim that he's from the Bronx, not Brownsville.
Why does being from the Bronx make you better than Don Bartucci?
You receive loot. Solid Igor.
Because the South Bronx is a tough place.
You receive loot. Solid Igor.
You can't even walk the streets without being shot at.
Is it the toughest borough in New York?
That part of the Bronx is, but there's
You receive loot.
very
Solid Egg.
safe areas in the Bronx.
Do you have any message for Bertucci? Like if you had to say one thing to
Don Bertucci, my lawyer's gonna be contacting the FBI, and you're gonna be on the no-fly list soon.
So again, it's just a really sad situation because Josh is someone that, like, he needs to be in some kind of housing or something, man. Like, the guy cannot exist on his own. I'm amazed that he's able to travel country to country and not get into any altercations, any arguments. But it's so obvious that he's surrounded himself with incredibly scummy people that love taking advantage of him and making as much money off him as possible. You know, so after they put the fries in the bag bit, which went viral, it was shared everywhere, a lot of trolls started using that as a bit. You know, Josh is sat on the end of the stairs after what I suppose to be a stream, and someone is sat in their car filming him saying, put the fries in the bag.
Just put the fries in the bag.
You receive loot. Solid Igor.
Just put the fries in the bag.
And you can see Josh is getting more and more angry. They're trying to rile him up. Eventually, he storms down the street, but look at the clip again. Look what Mr. Bass does. He tries to calm down Josh, and then when he realizes he can't, instead of actually trying to intervene more, maybe go over to the guys and say, you know, fuck off, leave him alone. Instead, what does he do? He goes on his phone to pull it out and start recording everything. I just don't understand, like, how Mr. Bass is not getting more hate. I really don't understand it. I mean, the worst thing is, as well, some people have actually tried to confront Mr. Bass. I mean, Alex Novell, who I talked about earlier, tried to confront him. You've had other people as well. Like, there was a Sneeko fan that went up to him, and that was... I already talked about this. It's cringe even talking about it, because it basically is the equivalent of having an argument with yourself in the shower and winning the argument.
Can you put the... Oh, yeah. Hold on one second.
So this is probably one of Josh's worst documented outbursts. So after they put the fries in the bag, he runs down the street screaming, which is something he does a lot. But then he goes around and starts kicking people. He kicks this woman, then runs away. I think, thankfully, the woman didn't seem to be injured. She was more, like, perplexed, if anything.
Did he just kick you? My girlfriend. I'm so sorry.
Josh, what the fuck
is wrong with you?
And then he goes around kicking more people. And then he starts kicking cars and climbing on the roofs of cars.
Damaging this car.
Whose car? Why the fuck would you do that?
Because of what he said.
What did he say? Put the fries in the bag?
To the point that Mr. Bass basically says, okay, Josh, like, we're done. You need to go back to your grandparents.
Josh, you take it too far.
No.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Now, would Mr. Bass do that? Would he do something so dangerously base that Josh is actually being put away, you know, like, away from content? He actually gets to have a little bit of a break? No, of course not. Of course he wouldn't do that. It's his cash cow. The guy's making like 5k of TTS per stream with him. So here begins Josh's sober arc. Basically, they try to convince the community that Josh is going sober now. Is it happening? No, of course it's not happening. They did some things to try and bait the community. They did like a breathalyzer with Josh and it showed like 0% BAC. And you know what? For 24 hours, I was fooled. I thought this would be like an intervention, but then Mr. Bass probably kind of realized, wait. When Josh is sober, he doesn't scream, and screaming is what gets the clips and the TTSs. That sucks. Now, am I saying that Mr. Bass is plying Josh with alcohol constantly? No, but I feel like if he's his manager, he should actually try to take a better stance and make sure that Josh is okay on his own. Because, no joke, less than 24 hours later, there was a post made on the World of T-Shirts subreddit of Josh being drunk, lashing out at people.
I only make $5,000 a month. I don't get paid after this shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. I work every day on the front line.
Now, also, if you go onto Josh's actual TikTok page, you can see that on the nights that he posted himself drinking like 5 to 6 drinks, he's also wearing the exact same shirt. Now, another brave statement incoming, trademark, copyrighted, but Josh needs help. He needs help. Mr. Based is obviously just going to run this guy into an early grave. And again, like I said, when I covered these videos initially, it was, haha, Lamau, that's so funny. He got drunk in public, but now it's sad. It's really sad. It's someone who's like learning disabled. People take advantage of him constantly, either for content or, you know, thinking that they're helping and they're not really because they don't know how to help, that they're really trying their best. I mean, I mentioned this a couple of videos ago, but I wanted to go to New York and like almost like, you know, talk to the guy and see, like maybe set up an interview. But then it's like, I've seen people do this before. I've seen people approach him in the street and they're so nice and they're so respectful and he doesn't care. He doesn't care, and it's so difficult to help someone that can't help themselves. So it's almost like at this point, Josh needs some kind of like forced rehabilitation or something, because at the minute, it just seems to be completely out of control. I mean, maybe he's drinking less, maybe he's not having spirits, maybe he's having beers and twisted teas that are like 4 and 5%, but like, if he's still lashing out and stuff in public from trolls, that's not going to go away. He has this aura now because of Mr. Based. I was gonna like end the video with like a
Mr. Based.
But again, it's like, what the fuck can you say? Like, the situation sucks. It really does suck. Like, I keep monitoring it, hoping there's like a revelation or like a huge shift, but again, it's one of those car crashes that people will just keep watching and keep documenting. I mean, I follow Josh on TikTok, and whenever, like, you know, I go take a piss or something and I open that godforsaken app, like, I'll see occasionally like a TikTok of him usually drinking or something, and then, you know, maybe going out, but he just needs help, man. I mean, I'll be honest, like, after the posts that he made about his mom that I found on stream, and then as well him talking about getting the tattoo of his mom, that he doesn't want the constant reminder.
You want a mom tattoo?
No thanks.
No, it's a tribute to the memory.
I know, but then I have to think about it all the time.
It's almost like he drinks to kind of like possibly, you know, remove that himself, because on stream multiple times he has brought up, like, why do some people have a mom? Why did I lose my mom so early? It's clearly something that it's in his mind a lot, and he questions probably every day, why do you have a mom? That's not fair. I lost mine at such a young age. And I think clips like that really do help humanize Josh and make me realize, like,
it's a human.
Because if Josh...
It's a human. It's more human than these suit dummy politicians.
Guys, if something happened to him, right, the same people that have been mocking him for 2 years straight be the same people being like, you're a monster. How could you do that? I never would have done that. You know, everyone like Spider-Man meme, everyone pointing fingers at each other. So, you know, I really hope he gets the help that he needs, man. I really do, because it's such an awful situation.
You receive loot, light leather.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk to.
Hawk tui, spit on that thing, girl.
Respect. She said she spits on it. Well, I fart on it.
Respect. She's hawk to spit on that thing. I'm hawk to
spit on that thing.
Respect.
Well, it's official. The Hawk Tour girl is basically the internet's new Skibbity Toilet. Now, Skibbity Toilet needs no introduction, to the point that it can basically be seen in any kind of media. Like, for example, Call of Duty Warzone. Recently, they did a collab with Smile 2, a film that will come out that will probably be pretty mid. But they did a collab with Warzone where you can make some of the characters like possessed, and I saw this on stream and it literally just looked like Skibbity Toilet. Now, you've probably seen the hilarious viral video of the girl that gets asked about, you know, what she would do in a certain situation, and she says she would, and I quote, "Huck tour, spit on that thing."
You gotta answer this, you got it.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk to and spit on that thing. You get me?
Now, this is definitely one of those memes where the memes surrounding it are more funny than the actual meme itself, because is the original thing funny? No. But you know what's funny? How viral it blew up because of unfunny people finding it funny. So then the ironic people came in and they can't let anyone have fun, so they started making all these semi-sarcastic memes about it.
Hawk Tour, Talk Tour, Podcast. Hawk Tour, Talk Tour, Hawk Tour.
You do it. Hawk to. You gotta put fucking emphasis on like to.
I'm not
received
joking
greater
you.
magic
Open
essence.
your phone right now, go on TikTok, and within 10 scrolls guaranteed, there will just be some bizarre...
Oh no, I want to see that again.
Podcast. Talk to.
You do it. Hot to. You gotta put fucking emphasis on like to.
I'm not joking you. Open your phone right now, go on TikTok, and within 10 scrolls guaranteed, there will just be some bizarre Hawk Tour ironic meme. Trigger warning, dark humor. Hawk 1, what's 9 plus 10? Hawk 2, Jonkler. Why so serious? Those who don't know, explanation in comment. Like for part 2. And then the reply is explanation Hawk Tour. Follow for more funny Hawk Tour moments. So yeah, if you can tell, this current generation is absolutely drenched in irony to the point that they probably cannot hold a single genuine conversation. And of course, like any unfunny meme, it's been forced into the higher echelons of society, that being politics, where Kamala Harris was implied to be the original Hawk Tour girl. Now, since the Hawk Tour incident, two things have happened. Haley Welch, the Hawk Tour girl, is now an internet sensation with everyone loving her, most of them semi-sarcastically. And second of all, the guy that filmed it, that made her famous, got absolutely zero clout, which has actually now reached the point that you have people, like, again, semi-sarcastically, feeling bad for the guy. You know the scene in The Boys where the Deep is, like, cropped out of a news report and he's sat there drunk in the bar, being like, hey, dude, they cropped out my picture. That's exactly what happened with the cameraman who filmed the Hawk Tour girl. He got no clout, unlucky.
Hey, that's my shoulder.
What?
Right there. It's my fucking shoulder.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every
It
time?
cut me from the picture. He's cut me from the fucking picture. They can't cut me out.
Okay.
Now, what does anyone do when they get a viral meme? They cling to it for dear life. It's actually kind of funny because I swear, like, the way the internet works now with, like, TikTok and Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, everything is supercharged. Like, memes will become popular and then they'll die within a day. Usually, you'd have, like, a meme of the month or something like that. But now, like, everything just is born and dies so much quicker. So a lot of people that become viral realize this and they try as hard as they can to capitalize on what they have before it dies off. This girl, Haley, the Hawk Tour girl, she basically would have been forgotten by next week, but she was smart and actually managed to get networking with people to keep the meme alive. Is everyone going to get sick of it and everyone's going to hate her? Probably, but she'll be making a lot of money out of it. There's already various social media accounts. She's selling merch. She was pitched at the Mets game. She was also on stage with country singer Zach Bryan. And even there's this conspiracy going around that she was in the Israeli Defense Force and her southern accent is fake. Now, I want to talk more for a minute about the people that posted the original Hawk Tour clip. That was an interview clip posted by Tim and DTV. And they've actually gone on the record saying that they're unhappy that basically she slurped up all the clout and became famous and no one cares about them. Although, to be fair, they're not that bitter about it. They do say that they, you know, wish her to be successful, to be happy. She was even embraced by Elon Musk when she, you know, came onto Twitter, like everyone does that wants clout. This was mostly due to her love for free speech, which isn't really surprising for Elon because I feel the guy will platform anyone that he can use as an agenda. So yeah, she's covering every single facet, but she's missed something. There's one thing the Hawk Tour girl has not done. What does every single person do when they realize they're putting in too much effort into their content and they want to make more money by doing less? A podcast. Yeah, she started a podcast because, of course she did, because she realized that the meme is probably going to die off soon and a podcast is actually a long-term investment. And also, podcasts, this is why every single YouTuber has a podcast, by the way, because they make the most insane amount of money imaginable. Imagine being a YouTuber, right? I know she's not a YouTuber, but for comparison, like a YouTuber will be lucky to get like one sponsor a video. With a podcast, you can just layer them up. You can have like 5, 6, 7 sponsors. And guess who the Hawk Tour girl signed up with? Jake Paul. Of course, Jake Paul somehow got involved in this story.
You know what?
Hawk Tour. He basically runs a media company, like, you know, loads of people that were originally big in the LA scene do. You know, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, people like Cody Ko as well. They're all people that kind of like have their fingers in loads of little different companies and pies. It's kind of funny because you start to pick up like a sixth sense for this kind of stuff as well. Like I remember when Cody Ko, I mean before the cancellation, when he would do videos and he'd always have like a can of liquid death on the table, and it's like, you don't like drinking it, you definitely own part of the company. So back in 2022, Jake Paul co-founded a sports betting app called Better. This is like really common again in that kind of like creator scene. People team up with managers that don't know how to do anything, they just need money to invest into. So Jake Paul will just like give someone like a couple mil or something to begin a company and then get shares in that company. It's funny because when you look up Ohio, it's one of the first things to appear in search, and that's because the app has jurisdiction to allow people to play it from Ohio and Indiana. Jake Paul is from Ohio.
Your skill has increased
to Ohio. This is the part where I make like an Ohio joke or something, but I'm not a YouTube Shorts user.
What if instead of high school we had Rizzler School?
So I don't really understand online betting that much. Thankfully, I'm not someone that uses it because genuinely I feel if I started, I'd probably get some kind of like crippling gambling addiction or something. I think the only 2 times I bet in my entire life was basically just betting on the Logan Paul and KSI fight and then the rematch. I made some bizarre bet hoping that they both like killed each other. In a video game. No, I just did so... Oh, you can tell I'm getting invested now, this voice break. I did some bizarre bet, basically just hoping that they both like knocked each other out at the same time. It was like the chances were so comedic. If you put down like $1, you get paid 10 million. But yeah, surprisingly, that didn't work out. But yeah, the way Better works apparently is micro betting. So you basically place a bet on a specific part of the game instead of, you know, betting for one big team to win.
Your skill has increased.
Details like, will this pitcher catch the ball? Will her pants fall down? Ooh, I really hope her pants fall down because I put $5 on that, so I'll get paid $20. There's probably other bets as well you can make on there, like betting
your
for
skill
a
has
cricket game
increased.
to be interesting.
Son and Rashid Khan.
I'm pretty sure the odds there are 0 though, like actual
You please
negative
me,
0.
adventurer.
So yeah, basically
The eggs
American
and the
sports,
tools,
betting
well
stuff.
done. And for your reward.
Egg hunt completed. Experience gained 1,750.
You receive item. Violet scale armor.
Your skill has increased.
Strange DUSTF6.
I didn't ding. Oh, really? Oh, damn it. Well, that's alright. I guess I'll just go finish the rest of that one, the lightning land. It's such a long fucking walk down there. I'm safe where I'm at right here. Been playing too much WoW lately. It's annoying. But it is fun.
Warp drive active.
Later. Now, besides the sport betting stuff, there's also a media division of Better, and that's where Talk Tour was born. This media network also includes other podcasts, like Jake's own podcast called BS with Jake Paul. Now, the sizzle real teaser was actually posted a couple of days before the first episode, and that was giving a sneak peek with certain guest appearances like Jake Paul, very world-famous Lunchly creator Logan Paul, and also Whitney Cummings. I did not laugh at that. I did not laugh at that. I did not laugh at that. Dude, I got the humor of a 2-year-old. This sucks. She's basically a stand-up comedian and a co-creator of Two Broke Girls. Whitney Cummings. Whitney Cummings. Come. And also possibly, because of course you definitely care about this, her Pookie aka her current boyfriend.
Who is Pookie? Who is Pookie?
He may stop by too.
Now, the entire premise of the show is the very brave statement that after your 15 seconds of fame, you're done. But she's desperately trying to cling on to that, saying she's just getting started. Now, when the episode began, first of all, can you tell that I'm lying back in my chair, trying to make as little noise as possible? That's because, shh, the women are talking now.
She said she spits on it. Well, I fart on it.
Basically, the episode was Talk to Her. I'm not going to call her name. I'm just going to call her Talk to Her. And then Whitney Cummings. Now, how was the episode? Was it groundbreaking? Was it awe-inspiring? Did they talk about deep philosophy? Wait, whoever's editing this, can you put in the gif of Danny DeVito in the corner clapping with the caption, "This fucking sucks"? That one. You know that one where it's like crying?
And her poochie banana? What the fuck?
A lot of people actually pointed out that Whitney was running the podcast more than the Talk to a Girl. I mean, to be fair, she's not really a podcast host. She doesn't really know how to do a podcast. It is her first episode. But if it's your episode and you're trying to break away from just being a one-bit Andy, you think you'd actually try and put a little bit more effort in. There were also really weird tangents going around as well during the podcast, like Files loving Botox.
If you're a girl and you get Botox, number one, you're going to attract files.
Love of pubic hair.
Stop shaving your vagina hair.
Don't stop shaving your vagina hair. I don't know where the fuck Whitney's going with this. Don't stop.
No.
Farting.
And it was like, yeah, sure, Hot to a Girl was like onto something, but she said she spits on it. Well, I fart on it. And I was like, what?
Her anti-feminist views.
There's this new thing where, like, I don't know, women that are like, think that they're empowered or like, I'm a feminist, I don't cook, I don't clean. I'm like,
no, I like doing that.
I'm like, bitch, what do you do?
Yeah, exactly.
Or how her boyfriend should swallow an AirTag.
Did you make him swallow an AirTag? I think Pookie needs to swallow an AirTag.
This is really...
Adventurer like you must get pretty hungry out here in the Barrens. Me, I'm starving all day long. Tell you what, I'll fix you up a nice stew. Just need a few dig rats. Seems those filthy dwarves at Baal Moden are overrun with everyone's favorite feast. Now head on down south to Baal Modan and bring me back some dig rats. You can't call yourself a seasoned adventurer until you've spent some time killing rats. Ha!
I gotta go all the way up there, I guess. But it will ding me.
Like the Talk to a Girl, talk to my nuts.
Got him!
She was basically teaching Chelsea how to do the Hawk to.
One more time.
I can't do it as good as
Do it.
You do it.
No, you do it.
Hot to.
There you go.
You gotta put like an emphasis on it, like to. No, like to. Yeah. Say it. All right, all together.
Your skill has increased.
And then there was this like really full segment where the Talk to a Girl was talking about Jake Paul, and it was, oh my god, it was more glazed than Dunkin' Donuts. Like, I get it, he gave you this deal, you're probably already like a multi-millionaire or something, like it was probably in the contract to do a little bit of glazing, but oh my god, just let it go, man.
So, you've had Jake Paul, you've had, I don't know what order you're gonna do these in, but you've had Jake Paul on?
Yes.
Is that it?
You receive light letter.
So far.
Jake's pretty wild.
He's a little spooky to talk to.
Really?
That's like a man, you know.
Yeah.
That is not like a little soft boy, you know. It's easy to talk to. That's a whole man right there.
Yeah.
So I was like,
yeah.
You know, I'm a little ass girl over here talking to this grown man. I was like, what the fuck do I talk to him about, you know?
But you knew him before, right? Were you a fan before?
Yeah, I watched him for a few years.
Now, Haley and Whitney did actually bond a little bit over animal sanctuaries at one point. Something Haley has actually been a huge advocate for pretty much when she started using her socials.
So it launched yesterday. It's Paws Across America.
Nice.
And it's for all the little dogs. I'm taking a nap. I still can't find. Okay, there's.
So what is your strategy on how, what dogs you take, which animals you take, which you don't?
But apart from that little wholesome bit, the first episode, the GIF, please, editors, put the GIF in. The GIF. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Now, even though the episode was absolutely nothing, it was more nothing than the Darkwood video, which, by the way, we have merch. We have merch. Please buy some because I did get a sponsor for that video. Please, thank you very much. Parasitical.store right now. Very good, very good. Again, even though the episode was a bunch of nothing, this then led the ironic crowd to semi-sarcastically endorse the show, saying that they'll get certain guests on, like Donald Trump, Kim Jong-un. There's all these TikToks going around as well, of, like, people ironically watching the show and just, like, applauding it, like it's the Joker Part 2 or something.
You gotta put fucking emphasis on
Lucy Blue, ruined leather scraps.
Look, guys, it's the top 2 podcast.
So if you thought episode 1 was the equivalent of an A24 film, nothing happens. Wait until you see episode 2. I'm just laughing at the A24 run. I swear I get backlash every single time, but it's like, nothing happens. Nothing happens in these films. Nothing. Nothing happens. It's just such a snide jab, man, because it's like, oh, I didn't like the cinematography. Oh, I didn't like the soundtrack. Oh, I didn't like the acting. But then, but then if you just say nothing happens... It's just like you're going into a cinema, you pay like $20 for a ticket, like the popcorn and all that, and you just sat there watching like not even a fucking film playing, just black screen. Nothing happened. Okay, that's nearly as funny as there ain't no seat on that bike. No seat on that bike. So episode 2, Haley is back with Chelsea in their hometown of Belfast, Tennessee. Now you know it's a rough recording when your first episode is barely an hour, and then the follow-up episode it's not even half an hour. Even the last few minutes of the podcast, it's just Haley and some girls going to Taco Bell.
I'm always down for Taco Bell. You wanna buy hot freeze?
In terms of highlights, though, this episode does address that, you know, Israeli Defense Force soldier conspiracy thing I mentioned.
This is a crazy conspiracy theory. I don't know if you've seen this. Wait till y'all find out she's low-key a former Israel soldier. How do you say that? Cosplaying a Southern belle after a billionaire dad hired a PR firm to scrub her past off the internet, particularly her old TikTok, where she ain't even speak English, let alone had a fake ass Southern accent.
Ain't even speak English.
You know, there's times I wish I didn't have an accent. Triller, who sent you? You're on to me. You're so good. How'd you catch me? Stupid ass.
Now, we do have some spicy hot tour drama. One part of the episode that people found really concerning was the fact that Haley basically just admitted that she hit her boyfriend when she got angry.
Let's talk about the time Haley punched her ex in the face.
I actually smacked him in the face.
Smack. It was like a
You received
hard
light letter.
whack. That's what I loved about him.
And her cope was you can't joke around her because she takes things very seriously.
And I don't know if he was joking or not. You can't joke around with me too much because I'm like really hot-headed. And I take it a little too far. So yeah, again, it's the only podcast where every episode is slowly getting worse and worse. And of course, as well, it was sponsored by the betting app. Honestly, my takeaway from this, everyone needs to stop making podcasts, please. You do not need to make a podcast just because you became viral for like making the troll face or something, okay? No, I don't know what's going to happen with her. She's getting a lot of connections, a lot of contacts right now. She might be getting her own TV show. Could you imagine like MTV Cribs, but MTV Hawk Tour? It is weird though, in a sense, because we are seeing this shift in society right now. Society. Joker smile emoji. But what I mean is like most people right now that are incredibly rich, incredibly famous, they're Nepo babies, right? They got a leg up through like their, you know, my daddy was a director, or, you know, they just had a lot of money from their family. But now we're seeing this generation of people that are becoming rich and successful despite the fact that they came from like absolutely nothing. I mean, the Hawk Tour girl, she blew up because of a meme, and then she networked with people that were successable. I mean, most YouTubers are a great example of this. Most of them genuinely just came from nothing.
It's good
I mean,
to
me,
see
for
another
example, you know,
agent of
like
the
my
shattered
parents
hand in
worked
these
in
parts,
background. I even remember as a
the
kid,
flair
like,
may
begging my
await a
parents to
little
get me an
too
Xbox
much.
360, but we
Next time
genuinely
you need
just
to
did not
speak
have
with
the
me,
money for it.
blow into
And
this
now,
whistle
like, I've
twice,
got a
and I'll
Porsche,
know
is what I
you
would
are
say
an
if I
ally.
drove. But yeah, the point I'm trying
You
to
will
make
need to
is like
steal
there's
the
definitely a bit
tower
of a
key from
shift right now,
Tormund
but
Silix's adventurer. Once you've got the key in your possession, hold on to it. I may need it later. Remember, the poison has weakened everything in this tower. Use your abilities to bring chaos and destruction to its inhabitants. Slay them all. Show no mercy. Once everything inside lays in a bloodied heap, pick Gallywix's lockbox and steal the cache of Zanzil's mixture held inside. Take both the head of Gallywix and the mixture to Shenthal in Orgrimmar.
it also is getting a little bit saturated. Like, does this girl really need to have a podcast and be famous? And if you look at the like to dislike ratio, I know it's a pretty mute point that everyone uses now, but it's not looking good, bruv. Yeah, what's my takeaway from this? I think, spit on that thing. Go watch Darkwood.
What are you? What? Dude, what is happening, dude? Dude, what? Bro, that is so illegal. There will be Netflix documentaries made by this down the line about like a website that was so illegal that like no one understood how it was around for the period of time that it was around. Like this is like Netflix tier, HBO docu-series. Like what would happen if you took everyone that is banned from every other platform and just put them into like a live streaming situation where you told them there's no holds barred? Dude, this is like 2-hour video. That's why I've been like,
DM Mr. Proud of You, Kick. I don't want to watch him do a react, I don't think. Sorry. With absolutely no salt at all, I promise. Yeah, sweet little eyes, huh? What? Thank you, Maven Bell. Maven Bell.
You don't have to do this anymore. Papa told me after so many years of service, you gave Overwatch everything, and then they pushed you out. Why would you go back to them? What were you still
Hi, it's me, Maven, and I have been rewriting the script several times because I have a lot to say. But let's get one thing out of the way. Like most opinion pieces on Overwatch, I'll put down my credentials.
Your skill has increased.
I have 1,500 hours on this game. I made a lot of fan art before I even played the game. In terms of rank, I was bronze and silver in Overwatch 1, but I don't want that to discredit my thoughts. Increased. I played this game for fun, I never tried to be a pro or anything, and I never liked the culture of only people in Masters and Top 500 can voice an opinion on this game. This is from a casual perspective. I never watched Overwatch League or anything. That didn't matter to me. The characters did. And I want my voice to be heard because I loved this game so much. Let's get started. First, we'll talk about my story with Overwatch and how that game impacted me. I'll try to keep everything as condensed as possible. So the year is 2016. The only game that I had purchased that year was Life is Strange, even though I watched so many people play it already. I only ever knew video games as cutscenes and cinematics. I didn't understand what the first-person shooter was, but I was really drawn to the Overwatch cinematics. Dragons was incredible to watch, and same with the Soldier 76 cinematic. That was really cool to see. However, my best friend at the time of 7 years suddenly passed away. We had talked about Overwatch. I didn't understand what it was, but we were really interested in the characters and stuff like that. So even though I didn't know anything about the gameplay or anything like that, there were memes everywhere. I knew what High Noon was, I knew what justice reigns from above was. I knew about the play of the games through memes. Yeah, I dealt with a lot of life-altering events that year, and pop culture in 2016 was weird. We had Pokemon Go.
We get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Oh my god.
Vine died. So we had Harambe. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm getting off track. But that was a weird year. But Overwatch was part of that culture, so I knew what the voice actors were. It was everywhere. There was fan art. There were comics. Yeah, it was still there. It was very engaging. Anyway, cut to 2017. I'm still dealing with the aftermath of everything. I had no friends. I was an extremely lonely person, and I had made a friend, and he introduced to me Team Fortress 2, which was really great. It was my first first-person shooter, and I had to learn how to use a mouse instead of a mouse pad, and learning how to use WASD. That was fun. And then 2018 happened, and very early that year, that friend ghosted me. So after that friend ghosted me, I was at rock bottom again, and I was at my absolute lowest. And in a desperate attempt at connection, I made a decision that would change my life forever, and that was joining an Overwatch roleplay server.
Aggro.
So I joined an Overwatch roleplay server. I did a lot of art, and I wrote for Diva, and eventually I got a laptop that could barely play Overwatch, but boy did I play some Overwatch. I was a Diva main, and I remember when the cinematic came out, I was sitting on my bed that morning super excited. Then as I played, through a friend of a friend in a group during a game, I met this mysterious Genji main. I'll call him Quincy. And he joined our group, and he was so cool. He always got play of the game and was a really skilled gamer. And one day, while I was just in a private lobby shooting at Ana bots as Widowmaker because I wanted to play for a little bit, he joined and he offered to help. And so we made Widowmaker Academy, and we would do all kinds of timing of how long it would take me to shoot things. This was before there were Overwatch workshops, so we kind of had to do stuff by ourselves. But soon, our Widowmaker Academy sessions just started turning into just hanging out sessions on private lobbies on random maps, and we would just talk for hours. Then he started introducing me to other video games like A Hat in Time and Borderlands 2, but that is a whole different story. But long story short, we realized we liked each other, and years later, we're now married. I still have a lot of really good friends from those days that I'm still good friends with. And even when I moved in with him, the roommates that we had, I also met through Overwatch. And the thing about Overwatch that was so great was that there was kind of a character for everybody to identify with in some shape or form. And that, to me, was the beauty of Overwatch.
I'm so scared. Far out.
However, I seem to have joined Overwatch during the last year of Overwatch being perceived as decent. I think the last good content we've received was the Ash and the Reunion cinematic. Because when 2019 came around, we didn't know, but certain things we found as odd turned out to be the cracks forming. For me, I think it started with the Storm Rising event. You see, just before I played Overwatch, I knew very well about the Retribution event. It was huge. You had memorable banter. I still quote to this day.
No problem. We're used to waiting around and getting shot at. And getting shot at.
You had cool looks like Genji's Blackwatch skin. Of course, seeing the Commander Reyes skin, where you could see who Reaper used to be. That was awesome. I remember thinking, wow, I can't wait to see what the new skins we get this year. And so the Storm Rising event began, and everyone is in their default skins? Okay. Okay, how about the enemies? What kind of enemies are we fighting this time? More talent grunts. No! What's the mission? What's the mission? What are we doing? What are we doing? A really slow pace. Okay, so what's the story like? How's it gonna end?
What might you be in the market for?
An introduction.
Ah, and who is it you would like to meet?
That can change.
You have my attention.
And that was it. And it was kind of underwhelming. And the next thing, as far as we knew, is that we probably wouldn't have gotten a follow-up until like the next year. Since things came up at such a slow pace, why should we have even cared about the story? So if you liked the story of Overwatch, have fun being drip-fed lore. However, in the meantime, while you were waiting for Zen to finally get some spotlight, the game itself was dealing with another huge issue. Brigitte. Good lord. Now, I had joined right after Brigitte was new to the game, so I didn't know what the game was like without her. But she was so overpowered and unkillable. I remember playing her, and I thought I was good at her. And I think she was the beginning of the end of Overwatch being more casual. And along with that, because of Brigitte's ability, came the infamous GOATS meta, known for its composition of 3 tanks and 3 supports.
Dante's Tracer. This has been some of the things that Outlaws fans have been waiting for is a good Tracer player on Houston. It's Jake on the bar. This combo's worked well for them before, but as soon as they see the defensive setup, they will just simply swap it away. Crucial time lost here for the Outlaws.
Now, on the quick play and arcade side, it wasn't that prominent because there were no stakes, but boy, did we feel the effects through the nerfs, because instead of just straight up nerfing Brigitte, who was a problem for almost 2 years, they nerfed everything else around her to, I guess, avoid a rework or something. Shields and armor were changed, beam damage was changed, D.Va's defense matrix shrunk. And there was a time in competitive where they also tried experimenting with hero bans. There were buffs and nerfs left and right, all to adjust around this composition. And the thing that I'm sour about is that just on the casual end, this wasn't really happening. People were just playing for fun. And so because of all of this stuff happening, we got role queue. For me, this was kind of when the game stopped being fun, because you had to play your role and the games became more predictable, and you know, if you wanted to swap to someone maybe you were more familiar with and compromise with your team, it couldn't really happen. If you were a support main and a tank main like me and you wanted to try DPS to get better, you had to wait a really long queue time, and if you did terrible in that game, it felt pretty bad. So this was kind of when I stopped playing with my friends and I just soloed in arcade. Now at the time, quick play was still an option, but it was in the arcade menu. And eventually a while later, they even made a competitive open queue and then made an open queue in quick play, which I give them credit for eventually. The thing is, I feel like by this time, all the other people that were playing for fun had left to play with other things in some way or another. And honestly now, I kind of regret not playing with my friends while we were still playing Overwatch, but at the same time, things just started to feel really bad. And this is going to be a bit of a rant, and I've never heard anyone discuss this. Maybe it's just a me thing, let me know. But I want to get this particular thing off my chest. What bugs me so much about these changes is that it's to compensate for the highest ranked players, and they're the ones that have the perfect game sense, that have the perfect aim, they know how to play the game most efficiently. Not me! I have so many hours on Widow and I still miss a lot. And this is just a tangent, but there's something I just sincerely want to address, because the only
video games aren't fun for people who don't sweat. They just aren't fun, and it's one of the reasons why I dislike the PvP community so much. They think that they're so good while they treat all these people like shit, and it fucking sucks. I don't care if you think other gamers are good or bad. And sure, there's 7 billion people on the planet, so what do you fucking care about somebody else's feelings and stuff? But people like this are why we got into gaming, and I'm glad that they're still around, and they just like the game. And I think all the time that you make it harder for them, the quality of life shit that you do just makes it harder for them. They're the people that I yell for All the time I call them fucking worthless piece of shit developers. And I get really fucking angry at them because people like this get let down the most. And it sucks. It does. I'm gonna hard to get out of here. Yeah, I could be working on deflection, I suppose, but... No, I want the improved gouge. I want the chance to get out. Oops, wrong button. That's okay. Oh, nice. More money. More money. I made a lot of money today. It's good.
Been around for years are the high-ranking players. But the thing is that this is a natural result of being in a game where the content and the story for the characters hardly ever come out, and this is all that there's left. Which there is nothing wrong with wanting to play competitive at all. It's just that over the past few years, that's all that there's been left to do. I remember there was this video that I've watched so many times called Super Low Tier Overwatch, where these people have no idea how to play the game, and I love it. These people are having more fun than I will ever have. I just wish that when I was the most into Overwatch, there was more
yeah, I really dislike how everybody I come up against is like completely skewed at my level. Video games were only fun PvP wise if you actually saw random people. I'm sorry, but you in a Fortnite match, you should meet about 10 really good people and about 90 bad people. But instead it's 90 really good people, which is just fucking stupid. And you're scared of meeting each and every single one of them. And they all play like fucking piece of shit press W fucking morons. And I'm sorry, and that is ruining fucking gaming. It's ruining PvP. Girls won't play, and there's not much of a skill level there if you're just like stomping these people before they can even fire a shot. And everybody's a shotgun monkey because they all watch Ninja, and it's just kind of crazy. It's like the sweat and the sweating the bed is what ruined the fucking, you know, just ruined. Just ruined modern PvP. Wait, you can buy battered junk boxes, really? How much? Gotta kill this bird. Die, burb. Protect. Hey, money. Now I go back to oh. God damn, you scared the fuck out of me. I guess that's Camp Tarajo now.
representation for more players like this. I like messing around and having fun, and that's what games are supposed to be. Having fun.
Yep, and she has a valid complaint. Like, that was one of the things that I really liked about Rust, is Rust was, like, during the learning phase of Rust, before it became a job and all the shitheads reared their fucking skibbity toilet boiled out of the fucking sewer fucking shitheads, right? It was just a fun learning experience full of random people that might be good, might not be good. You might never know. There were times when like I felt like I couldn't go out my base and walk down like maybe a quarter block of the road, or you would see like 10 people. You can maybe make it 3 or 4 barrels down the road before you see like 1 or 2 people. It used to be a lot busier and crazier. People would learn with each other. You hear people talking to each other for hours and stuff in the outposts and stuff, and it was a really good fucking game before all the shitheads got a hold of it and started hacking it and cheating it. When they saw all the interest from good people who really wanted to play the game, they just started hacking and cheating and fucking ruining it and sucking each other's fucking dicks all goddamn day. Fucking piece of shit losers.
Then things got really weird. We had the famous...
And it's like... Yeah, like, and I never did hear another girl on Rust ever again. There was this point where the girls just disappeared off Rust when the fucking lunatic fringe right-wing fucking little incel piece of shit fucking loser 15-year-old cocksuckers fucking took over, you know? And, like, the girls all disappeared. The fun all disappeared. The community died. Like, 400,000 people disappeared to other games, and it was like, it just wasn't as fun as it used to be. It was kind of sad. It's fun now still, but like that feeling once you can just build a base and you can like wire power and do everything and, you know, kill zombies even in hardcore. It doesn't matter when there's nothing else to learn. The game kind of loses its charm and it sucks. And now I'm looking at like games that I don't know the content of. Like I like this because I don't know the content, but it's also so fucking slow. I feel like sometimes I want to switch to a different game now, and I know that it's New World, but I do want to like try other games like Lotro and stuff. But I don't want to pay, and I know that Lotro, I don't know, Lotro's good and it's a beautiful game, but it's got problems still. I need to go get Signet. I wish they would like give you a free thing that would teleport you right back to the Signet NPC, because it's like it's shitty. This turtle interrupted my paralyze, which is rather bad. I'm gonna win, but yeah.
Skill has increased.
I'm going to run heals for the rest of the time until she kills him. Like, DDO is really fun and enjoying that. Lotro is really fun, and I might return to that. I think I like Lotro more than I do ESO, you know? It has like, more older kind of, like, retro combat that I like more. And I used to really dislike Lotro because you couldn't, like, main it. But maybe as a side game, it might be really fucking good. I know the music and the vibe is really good. But yeah, like, I think I did install Lotro the other day, I think, and I think I might pop into it and just do all the settings and everything and take a look. I don't know how I feel about it, though. Like, running these 3 games already takes up so much of my bandwidth that I don't even get to these games, really. So, I don't know, I'm, like, sort of reluctant to, like, commit to another game. If I want to commit to another game, I think it's going to be New World. I think they fixed New World, and I'm just going to go back, and I don't care if people play New World or not. I think console will actually do a lot for New World, actually. It's kind of funny.
Warp drive active.
I like this game, but I've been playing too much of it. I know I have. I wish, like, does Lotro have hardcore? I don't think it does, huh? I don't think so. Yeah, the landscape difficulty, right? Is a set of quests currently available on all servers that are designed to make landscape encounters more difficult for players in exchange for granting bonus experience points and titles. All landscape difficulties bestowed by Hardened Traveler are available once players complete the introduction. The Hardened Traveler can be found at the following locations: in Little Delving. Oh yeah, out there. Effort on gameplay. When completing a difficulty quest, the character will gain a difficulty, increases income damage, reverse your XP. 2 and Fearless, right? But oh yeah, you can do difficulty 2, which is daring, gives you 15% XP, which is good, and whatever VXP is, I don't know what VXP is. Oh, Virtue XP, yeah. So yeah, like I want new content, and I like WoW, but it's very difficult to like just grind away on this forever. I want something else to focus on, kind of. You know, I kind of want to go pick lockboxes, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Oh, yeah, I suppose I should go fight. Sapling's too weak. Gotta kill, like, turtles. This was a good camp. It's right by a zone. Stay here for a while. Yeah, the paralyzed makes it long.
Controversy where the professional Hearthstone player Blitzchung was reprimanded by Blizzard for supporting.
I've seen the Castle Run!
Oh my god, the Castle Run! Holy shit, they did it! They did it!
Wow, check out this cinematic! This looks amazing! Genji has a new look and everyone's back together! This is awesome!
Does this mean Overwatch is back?
Yes. Yes, we are.
However, there's just one thing that I know that everyone was thinking. A sequel? Already? It's only been 3 years. Why are they acting like it's been 8?
Yep.
And we had the trailer for the Overwatch 2 skill trees and abilities, new maps, new characters. And if you're already watching this, you already know.
A lot of you have questions. Like, why a sequel? Or what does that mean to me as a player of the original game? You know, sequels make us nervous more than anything else. So what we're hoping to do with Overwatch 2 is really redefine what a sequel means.
3 years. 3 years. We had a content drought for 3 years.
Yeah, what
we
was
were
that?
patient. We were
I was like really playing the game then too, really playing it. Like I really loved that game at that point. I needed content, and like they were like, "Oh, it just seems too hard to make good Overwatch or whatever," and they got too nervous to do it or something. I don't know what it was, but yeah.
And it seemed like they were working on this for a much longer time, too. 2020 was one heck of a year. Give them a pass for that. We saw the deathmatch maps. We saw the
Problem with Lotro is it takes so long to fucking run anywhere. It really fucking does. It takes forever. Just like this, it takes so long. Like I think all the time about how annoying it is for me to have to travel all the time.
We all had bad games, and we're like, okay, you know what? I can hold on until Overwatch 2. I can hang in there. Because I know that they're going to deliver on what they promised. They have to. They promised. And I can't wait to play with new abilities. Or play with old abilities. I actually never was able to play with Mass Res. That could be fun. I can't wait for Zed to get lore. 3 years of patience and understanding from the player base. And faith as well. Jeff Kaplan, the game director, and Michael Chu, the story director, left. Within those 3 years, by the way. Let me take a little detour because I want to give you context from my perspective. Okay, so here's a little bit of a detour. In early 2022, I was having a massive problem getting out of Overwatch, so I tried to keep it uninstalled for a month, and I was sitting there trying to get my multiplayer shooter fixed, and I was sat there thinking, there has to be something else I could play, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna try Apex Legends. So I played Apex Legends before I played Titanfall 2. I'm sorry, Plot Coalition, I've learned the errors of my ways. Which terrified me because I was uneasy about the Battle Royale genre. I had a great time, and I got my friends to play it as well. And I'm sure you can guess who I mained.
No way.
Exactly! Yes! I was wondering if there was going to be a Nessie here.
A Nessie?
Oh my god! I was wondering if they were going to do that. That means Watson's been here. What has she been up to?
Currently at the top of my game.
Anyway, gameplay between Apex and Overwatch are completely different, but I'm not here to talk about that. The one thing that I wanted to talk about was this. So I'm watching videos, catching up on Apex lore, and there was this moment that I took note. Loba had a crush on Bangalore or something, and she overheard Bangalore talk about how she and Loba were just friends, and that's all she ever saw. And Loba got heartbroken, and she went away.
You kind of lost me here. I'm sorry. I need to go get Signet. Oh yeah? Thank you, Call Me Quick. I've liked and sub to your channel.
So she'll be going soon. Stuff leading to Mythics? Already? Well, that's the play. Like, I really liked, what was it? The original release date of the server. It was like, what was it, chat? The 18th of December? Something like that?
I think it was
18th,
24 or 12, 24, 24. Has it only been 7 months?
That was a really good time because
I that was the year.
Had, like,
oh yeah.
You know, time off prior to Christmas, and you know, and then afterwards. So yeah, exactly. So like the 24th itself is like a little like, but I mean, I hope I don't know, maybe I hope we get more communication about, you know, the choice of date or something like realistically, right? So the server may have issues opening day, opening weekend or week. So it sort of makes sense that the devs might be wanting to put
Wait,
some
12, 24, 24 is Tau?
being available in order to.
Dude, that's the release date, December 24th. That's in 3 months. Oh my god. Like, I don't know. I mean, that's cool. I won't be there. I'll probably be level 40 by then or something. I don't know. It's insane. Maybe faster. I don't know. I'm already level 12. Oh, don't I have like a shield too? No. Okay, back out again.
So, my kind of assumption is they're looking at, you know, what am I saying? How's everybody doing today? How are y'all doing out there?
I'm fine.
Stream just started. I'm already like diving into like
content. Yeah.
Some of the specifics.
Actual content. Yeah. You know, please do.
Waiting to get off work to get your Final Fantasy VII
Aggro.
physical Black Mage burn today. Nice. For merits, Oda, or are you like leveling back? Doing well, time traveler. I'm good. I just had a shrimp.
You received loot. Shark
fried
claw.
rice. I just had some shrimp fried rice.
You received loot.
I forgot
Medium
to get
leather.
water before the stream started though, so I make. Oh no, I didn't. What am I saying? Hey, thanks past me. You put in your PTO already?
Drive active.
Well, that's the play, right? Like, this is good enough leeway for people who want to put in, like, PTO. Or for people who want to cancel plans with their family on Christmas. You got 2 months to explain yourself. Oh, we got a Twitch ad anyway. Perfect. Perfect. We'll give that 30 seconds to let up. Am I sure a shrimp fried that rice?
Docking
Damn.
permission requested.
You know, I didn't
Accepted.
locally source my my cook for that one. Although I don't think there's rice. I don't think there's shrimp here in Virginia. There's lots of oysters. Alright, we're back from Twitch ads. But yeah, like I assume like they want leeway to make sure if the server kind of like sets on fire that they can reset or troubleshoot things going on. That's like my assumption. Again, maybe it would be nice if we kind of got a little bit of like justification, but like, hey, look, right now it's still months away, so I'm not trying to look a gift horse in the mouth here. But and ask for too much, really. Just like we have something tangible now. Yeah, there you go, Fostings. You're ahead.
Aggro.
You knew. Derva, Black Mage, Burn for send this on. Okay, right. Yeah, no doubt, Cappy. Like, it kind of, like the early days were a lot of like, play for an hour, the server crashes, you know, chat and voice chat.
Aggro.
Until it comes back up, you know? But there has been. So here's the thing. I mentioned earlier that like Damaris posted some pretty convincing stuff about like that they're generally looking to actually make this release. And there was a little bit of talk of rebase stuff. And how they're basically trying to, instead of hoping for everything to be done, you know, Rebase having all of like Horizon's like fixes and whatnot because they're moving to LSB where stuff is different. For example, chat, you may want to prep for the fact that fishing may not work. Supposedly fishing on LSB is borked.
Your skill has increased.
When looking at the chat that mentions 12/24/24, it seems like an odd way to announce it. It does. I think so. Asher, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when like a AAA game or something, or like a larger studio. What they'll do is they'll post like a Twitter post with like a picture of a game. And let the internet go, holy crap, you know, Dark Souls 5 is coming out.
Your
you know
skill
what I mean?
has increased.
So, you know, usually that is something, a post like that is usually precedes like an actual announcement, short, you know, sometime thereafter. And that's the kind of vibe I'm getting from this like 12/24/24 thing.
Your skill has increased.
Kakin says the real question is if they've been able to figure out all the instance content, because it's a lot, especially if anyone has aspirations for a mythic. Yeah, well, you know, let me pull up the original timeline, and it's been said that this timeline is probably not relevant anymore. Let me see. I was looking at it earlier today. For those of you who haven't seen or don't know what I'm talking about,
155 experience
like
gained.
a roadmap. Oh, where was it?
You loot 11
Right here. Oh, I need this song in my life. You know?
You receive loot, wool cloth. You receive loot,
Alright,
razor main
so check
backstabber.
this out.
You loot 62 copper.
How much time to window?
Oh, the remainder of the assaults. Okay.
I'm not sure how much of this you guys can see. That's probably good enough. So if you look at, like, for example, you mentioned instant stuff leading to mythics. Mythic weapons aren't until, according to this original timeline, they're not until patch 2.3 along with Salvage, Pandemonium Warden, and Era Plus Edition. Oh, you guys can't even see that. Hold on, I'll fix it in a second. I got a window here.
You receive loot, will cost 2. You receive loot, has a skull.
There we go.
You loot 79 copper.
I'll let y'all ruminate on that for a second while I head out for claim. Actually, screw it. Might be a turtle. So yeah, so the initial launch kind of never necessarily involved, like, for example, Salvage, which is a bigger undertaking. And Salvage is kind of, or not even just Salvage, sorry. It's not what's the other one? Assault, for example.
Assault, Salvage, and
Is,
Nizel
I never noticed
Isle.
Charm. I never seen Charm. Charm is a big green box like that? Assaults are actually separate zones. So assaults, for example, should be less of an issue because they're not instants in the way we think of from like modern gaming. Come on, turtle.
You receive loot, silk cloth. You loot 32 copper.
Pop. Adamantium.
Aggro.
Yeah, too far. Alright, well, at least it's NQ. I can bop out of here and go seek on Resident. got an EXP running, ring running, and I don't want to lose it.
You loot 67 copper.
Misa, your name is Pink. I see it right here. Well, that was my red mage, 33.
He answered instantly.
Pink and Twitch.
Like it was like a fact of life. He was like 33.
It's lilac. Oh, Dynatab.
God damn it! Like.
Dang it. It's okay. It's all right. Not be crazy. Touch it. Purple. I'm gonna bring up the chat. I'll give you guys some you know, some things. Basically what you're looking for is you're looking for red names and green names. And sort of there's been some stuff developed. You know, at first it seemed like maybe it's treasures, maybe it's something else, because the initial post was like...
82 copper.
Aggro. What?
There's a lot to unpack here.
I failed, huh? What the hell? This guy like wasted me.
You loot 57 copper.
Fucking annoying. I'm like low on potions now.
Alright, here's the initial post.
I'm out of potions now. I will have to go buy them. God damn it. I'm all the way the fuck down here too. Alright, well, I mean, it's fine. I'm making 4As.
Wasn't it mentioned before that jobs might be released first? No, if that was ever asked, it was quickly shot down. And Daniel, I would love to go over some stuff added in treasures. I think that'd be a great thing to do as well sometime during the stream. The jobs in the expansions are inextricably linked. Well, I wouldn't say inextricably, but they're very strongly linked to
Aggro.
The zones and the actual expansion itself, to the point where I'm not sure how you would release the job prior to the actual expansion itself.
You receive loot, light feather.
So it was like this,
You receive
and
loot,
then
light
like,
letter.
like this from Eric. Well, there it is. Please keep in mind that Frank created the channel and Frank is drinking.
Talk about the expansion.
We got some Dark Bongos, my personal favorite emote from the Horizon server. And it kind of like went on, right? So basically people saying like, hey, is this really the release date for treasures? Da 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 da. Staff being like, sure seems like it. And then Damaris being the level-headed individual that he is. Let me remove this. Well, I guess that's fine. We'll do like... The upside is we have a date. The downside is you get what you get. So, I think that some of the earlier comments you could kind of interpret as like, well, we want to bring you something, and, you know,
we get a
that
popsicle.
Something could be treasures from like people, and then like the staff not being clear. And I think if once we read on later in some of the stuff that Damaris said, I think this is referring to the fact that we are basically going to be getting treasures, but it's not going to be, it's not even necessarily going to be feature complete from the perspective of going into that. The 21st isn't a, 24th isn't a Friday, yeah. We might have to take a slight break from this to do tab. Maybe if there's some downtime, I'll just elaborate on this thing that Damaris said, because that's going to be important kind of going forward. All right. Whoops. Screw it. Let's just get the... What else did treasures bring? Right, so that's a good question, something we can definitely... That's something we can definitely talk about as we, like, spank Dynamis tab mobs. So there's, like, you know, there's kings, there's new kings, there's Cerberus, Chimera, and,
Your auction of Rumsey Rum Light sold.
Yo! Thank you for the Twitch sub, Daniel. Appreciate that.
Your skill has increased.
Chigos. True, big true.
Your skill has increased.
Jeez, my accuracy is this bad. Misa with the 25 months. You figured it out. Sorry, we're just getting settled, chat. I'm trying to split my attention here. You moved all the way from the couch to sub. Wow, that is true friendship, Misa. Yeah, so Is everyone in the same Horizon servers? There's only one server for Horizon, James. There's like a lot of content. So Pancration was brought up. I mean, so in terms of like, there's definitely like two conversations that have to be had, right? One is what did treasures bring to the game? Actually, like more like three, honestly, three distinct conversations. What did treasures bring in terms of total content?
Well, good to know. So Treasures of Baegon is coming. It will be fun to level in that time because there will be many people like doing levels and stuff, and I could like look on Black Mage, open up the server. I mean I'd rather work on hardcore, I think.
Your skill has increased.
Oops.
You feel rested.
What?
What are you looking for?
Your skill has increased.
I am here to buy potions.
Your skill has increased.
Oh wait, no, I do have 2 potions. I'm sorry, but I want more. Well, never mind. Just buy that.
Your skill has increased.
You won an auction for greater healing potion.
On hardcore, I'm tempted to keep the TP to 3k, so if I need it, I can just slam them all down and kill them. All right.
Your skill has increased.
Got what I needed, I think. I'm just gonna mail off and get these potions so I can leave.
You receive item. Greater healing potions 4.
So I feel safe down there. Yeah. Actually, I want 2 stacks because I'm noticing that
your skill has
the potions
increased.
can kind of help me get through it, and that's good. I want stuff from gaming. Oops. Shadow Lore, non-event speed run. 10,000 views, wow. Why are they all saying what happened to Overwatch 2?
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, I want more of them. I decided. Oops.
Your skill has increased.
This will break me, but I'll feel safer. Yep, now I can just pound him if I need to. It's alright.
When mounted on the back of a Wind Rider, one sees that its reputation for strength and speed is well earned. Thank you, North Star UK. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Multiplayer games, particularly player versus player games, are a very difficult thing to get into. No other type of entertainment media has the minimum skill requirement that can be found, particularly in modern titles. For decades, gamers have been enjoying and mastering a huge variety of games, and as the medium ages and the technology that drives these experiences improves, what gamers are capable of continues to expand. Gaming has been a staple for so long now that some have played their entire lives. Some have even built multi-million-dollar careers. Professionals who play games competitively at live events.
Your skill has
in front of
increased.
Millions of spectators and fans, all by refining their craft over tens of thousands of hours. The rise of the competitive gamer has been nothing short of meteoric, but it does make you wonder, what happens when everyone
Your
you
skill
play
has
against
increased.
is super competitive? Competitive culture in gaming is rife and touches every game, whether it fits or not. Sweats, tryhards, cheaters. Familiar accusations to those who inhabit the online gaming space. You can't go 20 minutes in an online forum without someone complaining about someone else. And while extremely common, it's not always unfounded. Play any online game long enough and you're bound to run into someone who takes it extremely seriously, who treats it like a day job, despite the clear absence of pay or even recognition. Someone who has optimized the game down to the finest details through thousands of hours of trial and error. Is this a bad thing? Like sure, you can do whatever you like with your free time, but does this have any sort of notable impact outside of annoying the occasional Redditor? Could competitive culture, for example, kill off a game's player base? In today's video, we're going to dissect the way player skill influences online games, look at some examples of games that might have been affected, and potential ways that these themes can be mitigated. Let's cover some important terminology first. The skill ceiling is the measure of the potential peak performance in a game. It's not generally quantifiable, but it becomes fairly apparent through a deep understanding of a game's mechanics. The skill ceiling depends by and large on what the game lets you do, willingly or not. This limit may rise or fall depending on updates or discoveries made by players. It's something that is actively coveted by the more competitively focused, for fun or profit. In that vein, you have your own theoretical skill ceiling that might be different to the game's. A maximum ability level dictated by many variables, like age, natural ability, or available playtime. Conversely, the skill floor is the minimum performance required to play something. It's really the focus of conversation, outside of games that have different methods of play, like unique builds or characters. The skill floor is at its lowest when it comes to single player experiences, as these are often designed to be extremely approachable, customizable experiences, fit for any level of play. The use of virtual opponents, or AI, means that players can make a game as hard or as easy as the developers allow them. When it comes to multiplayer games, however, it's rarely that simple. The difficulty is not just dictated by the developers, but by other players as well. For example, to play at a certain rank in a competitive game, it might demand a much higher skill floor for it to be enjoyable. A game might have a lot of mechanical depth or meta builds that put you at a disadvantage if you don't keep up with them. You might start a game late in its life cycle and find yourself behind in its progression. These things can change how accessible a game is to a general audience, particularly the casual crowd. Much like you have your own skill ceiling, you likely have your own skill floor too, which is essentially your tolerance for how bad you can be at a certain game before you quit. More experienced gamers might have higher standards for themselves, but they might still be performing above average compared to most people, but it's not enough for them specifically. The skill floor is why game balancing, the act of modifying a game to keep the experience fair, is a significant part of post-launch work. It's so important that even the level of game balancing must be balanced. Don't balance enough and people will feel cheated or forced to play against people who have unfair advantages. Balance too much and nothing sticks out and everything becomes stale and samey. This is all to say that multiplayer games are an ecosystem, one that is maintained both by developers and players, with people entering and leaving constantly. These ecosystems also mean that active player count is something that is tracked for many different titles, and you can directly see how well a game is performing in the public eye. The launch of a multiplayer game tends to be the point in which it has the most players. Not always the case, but it holds true for most anticipated AAA releases. At this point, both the skill ceiling and floor are at their lowest. People are still getting adjusted to the game, and the full spectrum of experience level can be encountered. This is usually when you'll run into the largest number of casual players. After some time, the player count usually starts to decline. This isn't really an indication of a game's success or failure. Games built off a lot of hype will invariably have that hype fade, and even really well managed games will struggle to maintain their initial player base. At this point, both the skill ceiling and skill floor start to creep up. The logic behind this is that you're much more likely to stick with a game you understand well over one you don't. Therefore, those players who struggle to play the game are more likely to quit, and the players at the bottom of the skill ladder become less frequent opponents, either because they leave to play something else or because they just get better. This rise in average skill is extremely apparent for games that don't see a steady influx of new players. As a game continues to age, this cycle continues. Experienced players get better and better, and the player base slowly bleeds active players until they die, whether that be in 10 days or 10 years. This is a typical multiplayer game life cycle. It's not an exact science. A lot of games' post-launch success depends on what the developers and marketers do with it. Some games can even eventually eclipse their initial player counts, but over a long enough period of time, this will be the fate of every game. YouTube videos behave much the same. They get most of their views early on, but after a while only the more dedicated fans come back to rewatch them. I mentioned that players will leave games that they are bad at. I'm sure if you've played a large enough variety of games, you've invariably come across one you didn't click with at all, got destroyed in a couple attempts and uninstalled, in some way failing to reach your required skill floor. But I also mentioned that skill floor is dictated in part by the people playing the game. So the question is, does the skill floor play a significant factor in player retention?
Your skill has increased.
BattleBit Remastered is a multiplayer FPS game that left early access last year. It was developed by a very small team and did extremely well after it got some traction on social media. You may have seen clips of it before, or maybe even played it. The gameplay is very akin to early Battlefield, but boasts a low poly look that makes it a lot more approachable, especially for players living the low spec gamer life. The modes are strictly team based, and you work alongside many other players to win. It peaked at over 86,000 players post-launch, but has since dropped to a few thousand just under a year later. By most accounts, a success story. However, some community members suggest that the project was mismanaged, and that the development speed was too slow, which meant that it lost the potential of becoming an FPS staple. Now, I would describe myself as pretty good. I would say at least better than most. I do have a KD of over 2, which I'm very proud of. However, I'm acutely aware of how high the mechanical ceiling goes. It has all the hallmarks of a first-person shooter with a crazy high skill ceiling. Mid-air strafing, snap aiming, sprint reloading, meta builds, just to name a few. The game certainly does not discourage players from playing in a very sweaty way. Despite all of this, early BattleBit was actually a very casual environment. Most people weren't very good, and most of the clips generated from the game were from people messing around with the proximity chat. However, as the average player got better and better, and understood more of the mechanics and the maps, it became progressively harder to play the game casually. Voice chat got quieter, and the focus shifted towards keeping up with other players. The game quietly lost what had made it popular to begin with. In my opinion, the game's primary shortfall is that it failed to nurture what should have been its main strength, teamwork, and instead bolted an extremely self-sufficient, mechanic-focused playstyle. It doesn't take much playtime to realise that you interact with your team very little. It didn't help either that the devs seemingly kept buffing things that made working solo more convenient, like the healing bandages, that over time have not only increased in number, but also heal you more and are applied quicker. At this point, you must force yourself to team play, otherwise you're just running from objective to objective, shooting people on the way, which not only gets old very quickly, but when mechanical skill is the primary focus, not playing well matters a lot more, since there's no other aspect of the game to fall back on, like interacting with your team. I think even the devs noticed this too, as they added a squad preference screen, where you can choose how serious you want your squad to be. An overwhelming focus on mechanics that drives non-mechanical, casual players away, whether intentional or not, is the crux of the problem, and BattleBit is far from the only game that suffers from it. I describe it as the mechanical arms race, and it's a really tough thing to quantify, but it's noticeable on both an individual game scale and across the games industry as a whole. In some way, either as a symptom or a cause, games get too competitive for their own good, and bleed their casual audience because of it. It's a problem not just for competitive games, but casual ones too. It's often such an issue that you can always tell how competitive a game is going to be in the future, just by playing it for a few hours. Answer this question for me. Have you ever played a new release, either alone or with friends, and had that thought creep into your mind that you're not going to be playing this game in a month, despite how fun it might be in the moment? Or maybe you're playing a game and you suddenly become aware of how the game operates, and you can foresee what the rest of your playtime would look like. So what if I do that, you might be wondering? What does it matter if I play a game for 100 hours and then burn out after a couple months? I still got my money's worth. For you, not really a problem. It runs counter to what most multiplayer games companies are aiming for, and it's having serious implications for the gaming industry. Games as a service isn't all too new of a concept, but has surged in popularity as of late. The concept is simple. Games are supported post-launch with new content, and in turn you continue to play the same game. and continue to support that game through various means. This is why it's common for someone to have a main game that they play more often than others, as introducing new content to an old game keeps it fresh and means that fans get more of what they know they'll like. This tends to work in favour of games companies too, as they get more money from the average player with much less development time. A 2023 study that surveyed over 500 games companies reported that 95% of them were aiming to release a live service game in the future. The only limit to this system is that these games live and die by their ability to retain players, which involves not only keeping people interested year round, but also competing against other similar live service games for their attention too. If Apex Legends, for example, flopped on release, that likely would have killed the Titanfall IP right then and there, potentially alongside Respawn Entertainment. While the gaming industry is huge, there's only oh so many players to go around. So maybe sort of ironically, competition is fierce. So what does this have to do with game mechanics? Well, you have to enjoy something about a game to
Your skill has increased.
There's only oh so many marketing tactics a game can pull, and if you find a game too stressful or uninteresting, most people can't be manipulated forever. Even addicts will eventually drop games that stop treating them well. But casual players can drop a game over the smallest of things, which means that how a game handles its experience determines a lot about how it performs publicly. And since so many games are vying for your attention, the options to go elsewhere are usually extensive, which means that it's easier and easier for games to bleed casual players if they're not careful. New games must also compete with established ecosystems that have now been around for an incredibly long time. Counter-Strike, for example, has been around for over 20 years at this point. And as much as I'm sure veteran players love to poke fun at the game, how the game feels to play has been carefully refined for decades. Even now, Counter-Strike continues to break player records year over year. It's kind of like picking between a friend you've known your entire life and a new person who may or may not be a better friend in the long run. You might try hanging out with this new person, but you know exactly who you're going back to should things turn bad. All of this means that producing a live service multiplayer game in such a saturated market is a serious gamble. Now, having a game flop because it fails to retain a casual audience is a very real issue faced by many in the space. When it comes to talking about skill in games, it would be silly not to talk about the elephant in the room, which is skill-based matchmaking. The idea is that a game measures your performance, usually through some sort of rating system, and then curates matches so you play with and against players of similar skill to you. The main benefit is that it provides tangible progression for players in ways that some games would lack otherwise. It also helps prevent less experienced players from getting stomped, and it allows games with smaller lobby sizes, like 2015's Rocket League or 2023's The Finals, to maintain a sense of fair play that wouldn't exist if things were random. Chances are, if you're watching this video on game mechanics, you likely have seen some strong opinions on skill-based matchmaking. You might even have some of your own.
Fuck season rating.
Is that these systems, even when well managed, frustrate players and sometimes don't prevent the things they were designed for.
Your skill has increased.
Why didn't we melee?
Matches. A long-term concern with skill-based matchmaking is that, almost against your will, you're fast-tracked into a competitive arms race just to enjoy yourself, since everyone you play with has, and usually expects, a certain minimum level of ability. There's no opportunity for you to relax and maybe take things a little slower. Your reward for playing well is harder games, and your reward for playing casually is, well, losing. So in some way, you're left with no choice but to endlessly improve, even if focused gameplay isn't what you're looking for. On a larger scale, these systems also promote competitiveness and raise the mechanical skill of your average gamer, which in some ways is a good thing. The recent competitive push has allowed mainstream games to become more mechanically complicated and include greater depth, as your average gamer is a lot more competent at understanding new games than they were in the past. However, this does mean that multiplayer games in particular are harder to approach at a casual level. It's almost a requirement for any player versus player game to feature some sort of rank progression, as a lot of gamers have come to expect that whenever they're faced with human opponents. The near absolute saturation of competitive modes means that, oftentimes, non-competitive modes might as well be
Here's a good
competitive
spot.
anyway.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
The Finals is a free-to-play, team-based, first-person shooter released at the end of 2023. I've spoken about this game before on this channel, but to give context here, it mixes a lot of different shooter styles to make quite an interesting blend of both familiar and experimental mechanics.
I like the
game has a very
Finals, but
typical player count
it
story.
suffer from this
A
shit.
really strong start with over 200,000
Press W morons
players, and
that I
exploded
shouldn't be
climb as the
facing,
months rolled
you know?
on. As of May 30th, it's at the lowest player count it's ever had, although it looks like it's going to
Because of
stay
these
at
pieces of
around
shit.
15,000, a 94% drop in the initial player base
Aggro.
over 6 months. Which might sound bad, but for Embark Studios' first foray into gaming, 15,000 daily players is something new games companies would give anything for. I really enjoyed playing the Finals. It has a lot of fun with different mechanics, like environmental destruction. It gives it a nice edge over more streamlined
75
FPS games. It also encourages team play in a really healthy way, as each class has strengths and weaknesses that make it dependent on teammates to work effectively. The problem for me, and something that ultimately led me to stop playing the game regularly, was the matchmaking.
Yeah.
My first
Your
impression
skill
of the
has
game was
increased.
extremely strong. I was really enjoying playing as each of the three classes, and the people I was playing against were admittedly not very good, and I felt a lot of control over whether our team would win or not. However, as I continued to play and win matches, I found that the matchmaking was putting me
Aggro.
against increasingly difficult and overall sweatier opponents. Suddenly, the fun strategies I was implementing stopped working against players, and the potential scope of the mechanics began to narrow down. It even got to the point where I felt like I couldn't use certain character abilities, as they would almost universally achieve 0 results.
Aggro.
I even eventually went entirely off the heavy class, as it felt too clunky, and I couldn't contribute positively. Very quickly, the game became just another sweaty shooter. Despite the fact that I never actually touched any competitive mode, I would find myself getting annoyed at certain classes and common matchups, and I wasn't having nearly as much fun as I was when I started out. It's not even that the game is bad, it's a really well-made game.
It is, it's actually really good.
I was hoping for a more casual experience.
Nice, that
and
might
it's
sell.
not one I could find within the game's matchmaking. But being disillusioned by a
Aggro.
game due to its matchmaking does
Whoa,
raise an
stop it.
interesting question. Is it really the system's fault to begin with? You may have heard this phrase before. Given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of a game.
48 copper.
This is a quote from Soren Johnson, one of the leads on Civilization 3. It suggests that some people view games less as an entertainment medium and more as an optimization puzzle, one that, no matter the game, can be solved through either practice
Aggro.
or understanding mechanics. The problem with solving, or even attempting to solve, a game is that it effectively becomes complete and no longer interesting. And the more games you play, the better you get at solving them, and the easier new ones become to solve. I mentioned earlier the concept of figuring
receive
out
loot.
a game's
Outrunner chest guard of the
systems, and knowing that eventually you'll
You receive
stop
loot.
playing.
Linen cloths 2.
That's you effectively solving
receive
the
loot.
game
Snap
in
vine water
your mind,
bottle.
almost seeing the future
Unit
of what
76
the
copper.
game will offer, and deciding that, since you already know what's coming, it's not worth sticking around to see it. The destiny of games is to become boring, not to be fun. Those of us who want games to be fun are fighting a losing battle against the human brain, because
Unit
fun
48
is a
copper.
process, and routine is its destination. While this quote is more about gaming's place among society in general, I think it applies here too. The ultimate problem is that what makes a game interesting is some degree of uncertainty. If you knew how a strategy game was going to play out from start to finish, you wouldn't find it interesting. Like how tic-tac-toe stops being an interesting game to play once you know how to never lose. However, uncertainty is uncomfortable and something most people avoid fanatically in their day-to-day lives. The irony of gaming is that to enjoy it at its best, you must chase uncertainty and avoid optimization. It's why games like Rust and DayZ, relentless survival games, which from an outsider's perspective seem like a nightmare to play and manage, are insanely popular. There's a thrill to their uncertainty, that there's no guarantees from moment to moment, and even logging on doesn't guarantee you the same position that you're left with. Competitive gaming, both as a genre and a subculture, is about removing uncertainty in as many aspects as possible. And while professional gaming is a beloved subgenre of gaming, it directly defies games with more casual intentions, which means that games can lose their casual communities extremely easy if they're not careful. And since casual players tend to outnumber hardcore gamers by a significant margin, live service titles rely heavily on being able to retain them for long periods of time. But what can be done to counteract the mechanical arms race? It's a systemic problem that is reinforced by competitive trends in gaming. And while it seems like a far-reaching problem that's nigh impossible to solve, there are practical things that can be done on many levels to counteract it. On a personal level, if you feel like the games you play are becoming too stressful, or they're just routinely frustrating, it's okay to switch to casual or more controllable single-player experiences. The concept of retiring from competitive games is a frequent phenomenon, especially for older gamers who have much less time to keep up with the race. Even just partially stepping away can do wonders for your enjoyment of games overall. Another option is to pick one competitive game to main and then avoid all others. For game developers, it's a difficult situation. No matter the type of multiplayer game, it's an open invite for players to try and optimize it. But the best course of action is to make something non-mechanical the primary selling point. It could be story, or a social feature, or any number of things. If you want to make a competitive game, it's better to fully commit to a competitive experience, rather than having it be a small part of a wider game. It's important to note at the end here that gaming isn't necessarily fated to continually get more competitive. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that the opposite is happening. All one has to do is see what the most popular games of recent years are. Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Lethal Company, all games without any competitive underpinning. It's also fairly evident through browsing online forums that there's a growing disdain for competitive elements in video games, particularly matchmaking algorithms. Maybe one day in the future, games might find a happy balance between casual and competitive all on their own. But until then, it's probably best to keep your head on a swivel. Thank you so much for watching. This is my first attempt at a larger project video. I might have missed some things, so if you have anything else you'd like to add down below, I'd love to read it. If you'd like to see more deep dives like this, be sure to subscribe and check out my Patreon for behind the scenes work on both old and upcoming videos.
I love talking in caps. It's fucking stupid. I do it on YouTube because I want to stand out from other stupid fucking nerds.
You receive loot. Small glimmering shard.
Ooh, small glimmering.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
What else has this guy done? Let's look at Rust and see what's happened. I built a water base. The coolest freehand base I've ever built. Weapons bunker. Bases built like this should be illegal in Rust.
across one that's completely made out of triangles. I hold.
I think about this sometimes.
This type of base I'm standing in right now should be outlawed. Whenever I'm looking for a base to raid and I come across one that's completely made out of triangles, I hold up my hands, say, whoa man, I don't want any issues. Then I give up my lunch money, say, thank you sir, and I get on my way on the double. Only the most deranged Rust players tackle them. You don't know what's in them. It could be bunkers on bunkers and layers on layers of honeycomb. No thanks, I'll stick to raiding this tired old design.
You loot 47 copper.
So this right here is the size of my starter, but it can go to this, which is the extent of what I pushed it to during this two-parter series. But then, it can also go to this big old terror temple. I mean, look at it when it's done. That's some Gilgamesh type of build, straight from the bowels of hell. But that's duo territory for
Razor main one.
the building cost, so I kept it at
You
the
loot
same
79
height.
copper.
Now my base, this thing has some battle scars on it. Time and time again, this thing came under attack from different groups. But because it's completely made out of triangles, it made it as difficult as possible for these raiders. And I was able to take the point out of them. There's probably been over 80 rockets sunk into this base, and yet she lives on, filled with the loot of my enemies, my rival, and the unaware travelers who dared stroll down my road in the woods I lived in. Anyway, bros yapping, let's go to the beach. Basically what he said, welcome to Rust. Winter Rust Wipe Day on Winter Rust Mondays. Love it. Best server in the world, and I'm here for it. I've got an insane beast to build today. Absolutely insane. I am 3 minutes late to wipe. Alright, we need to try and, like, yeah, we're behind. If you're, like, 30 seconds late to wipe, you're screwed, basically, so we're gonna have to get real lucky about, getting to where we want to get to. Which, I think I want to build over here. Yo, bro, chuck a little bit of low grade off for me, please! Who's got the low grade? Let's go, bro. Call an ambulance, but not for me! Shh, don't do it, don't worry about it. What the f*** are you doing, you dickhead? Look, you gotta get started. Fuck off. You fucking...
You loot 86 copper.
What the heck?
Get this fucking dickhead!
Who are we killing?
Try luck, get him! The guy in front!
You loot 52 copper.
Yes!
Aggro.
No! A Bob.
You think you can get away?
Hey, where do you think I can?
You think you can get away from me?
You receive loot. Lost skull.
Where do I think I can take the
You
easy
loot
way
21 copper.
out? This is better. This is a way better spawn. Oh, what a good spawn, am I right, friend? I'm faster.
Bob, you little fucker, come here, you little pussy.
No, you fucking dog. No, I took the easy way out. You're not supposed to be here.
Easy way out, buddy, huh? Easy way out, huh?
Alright. I'm where I want to be now. Now you can come with me. And I will literally show you a taste of justice.
Run it, pussy.
I ain't a pussy.
Turn around,
You
you're
just
a
watch.
bitch.
Oh, yeah?
You're bitching him right now. You're bitching him.
Huh, bitch? Huh? What about that? Yeah, run the other way, bitch. Pussy.
You nerd! You dickhead!
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
I'm gonna bleed out. Oh! This is huge. Chunky!
Oh! He said nothing. Oh my god, he ran over somebody else. What? How does that work? Oh, yeah, that's what you should do, huh?
There goes the motorbike. It did its job.
Aggro. You receive loot. Shed lizard skin. You receive loot. Lightning land.
Holy
You
crap.
receive loot. Light leather.
Oh man, I love White Day.
Please don't kill me.
Hands up.
Aggro.
Hands up.
I don't know how to do that.
Alright, it's just an emote, just an emote. It's in a hands up, top right hand emote. Alright, you're good.
Please, I surrender.
You receive
take
loot.
this.
Lightning land. You receive loot. Medium leather.
That was slick. That was real
Aggro.
slick.
You receive loot. Sanguine cape. You receive
Oh,
loot. Medium
no,
leather.
hopefully it brings me money. That'll sell.
Alright, I need to go get this bloody stone node. 2 stone nodes I think I need. Man, I want to cross
Aggro.
real bad. I'm
Your
sick of
skill
having to
has
stop and
increased.
shoot. 2 stone nodes right there. Look at these dudes TC'd off the whole lake. Got one of these
Medium
ADHD
height.
players in front of me.
Aggro.
He's a fucking ghost man!
You receive loot. Thunder lizard tail. You receive
He's
loot.
like,
Light hide.
just like, it's like the Patriot!
I'm out, man.
Right, my build right here, I've got access straight to Fishing Village. Right, I just need my stone node, that's all I need. Pickaxe, stone node. I see a stone node. I'll grab the sulfur one too. And that little bit of a stone node over there, I'll grab
You
as
receive
well.
loot. Seeking wizard. You receive loot. Lightning land. Family has reached level 60. You receive loot. Light letter.
Screw it, let's try and build it right now. Busy road out there, just saying. Oh yeah, we got her down. That's what I'm talking about. Nah, you guys think I blue boil like that with my little kawaii edit? Here's the actual build. It's a really simple design, but god damn it's strong. It's a nice, simple star shape right now, but this thing turns into a hard-fought 50-plus rocket raid bananas. Also, the answer to the last riddle was a rocket launcher. Today's Rust-related riddle goes a little something like this. I birthed the nakeds, therefore I am the mother of Rust. What am I?
Aggro.
Oh.
The beach.
Looks like you got me.
You receive loot. Seeking gizzard. You receive loot. Medium leather. Aggro.
Animal. That's what we need. Plenty of animals.
What?
You receive loot. Light leathers too.
The first night of Rust. Wipe. Alright, furnaces blaring. I need a
Aggro.
stone node. My base had 1 minute timer left on it. Not even.
Your auction of greater magic essence has expired. Your auction of lesser magic essence has expired. You receive loot. Lightning gland. You receive loot. Medium leather.
Holy pipey.
Discovered Baegon Modem. 200 experience gained.
Bye. Uh-huh. Yeah, mate. Well, without a name, I'm not going to remember shit. Yeah, I accidentally killed... Well, I didn't accidentally kill you. I killed you, and I saw your name. I was like, whoop. Was that your friend just door camping me?
I don't think he meant the door camping, but yes, that was my friend.
Num num num.
Aggro.
Num num num. Num num num.
I helped this dude out in the last video for context, and I forgot to change my name so he recognized me. Anyway, the sun had come up, and I needed animals and nodes. Right, animals and nodes.
Aggro.
Hey, is that you so into?
Shit.
You receive loot. Dig rat.
I don't know why I didn't take all this loot, but I ain't complaining.
Aggro. Aggro. You receive loot. Dig rat.
Wait for me, will ya?
Fuck off. I just started.
Literally queeping on me. Your head's going in my base, that's it. Americans who drop the C-bomb, just
Loot 17 copper.
it ain't you. You ain't that guy. Oh, it's awful. It's an offense to the ears. Are you camping this place? Winter Willie?
Aggro. Aggro. You receive loot. Dig rat.
guys were definitely 100% in cahoots.
Aggro.
Oh, this dude loves kids.
Skycat.live says, T1T.
Oh my god, bro, I'm so loaded. Quick, loot me. Loot me quick, bro.
You need 60 copper.
I don't understand how I vanished and then I was spotted again.
This dude creeping up.
Gotta remember the blind.
I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come!
Gotta remember the blind. Gotta remember the blind.
Right, what I just recycled then is my tier 2. If I can get a turret up, I can watch that zip line. People are loving that zip line.
Aggro.
Want your skull. No, don't finish that there, don't finish that there.
You receive loot. Next call. You lose 93 copper.
You see this? This red barrel? That's right. It's a pet peeve of mine when people farm the roads and they leave a red
91
barrel.
copper.
Just farm the thing so it despawns and the new one spawns in its place. You know, a bit of consideration. Farm the red barrels, bro. Come on, what are you doing?
Ooh, nice one. Dang, terrible me. You jumped a bit. Good shit, bro. That's gross. Back. Oh!
Right, I gotta do some serious organization next time I'm back in base, unless I'm in a rush for something. I'm dead! Oh shit! Oh no! Bro, why'd you get so many freaking nails?
Oh, it's the same guy, dude.
Always the same area. It's the same dude. Ah. Chief Sosa are about to be down bad, I think. Alright. We're back in base now. We need to organize. First things first. Let's get this tier 2 Jamaican. Dump this, grab that, pick up all this. My rugs.
I walk
Quest
this road
accepted.
alone,
Guns reclamation.
seeking ways to defend my honor and rid this land of our enemies. What can I do for you, adventurer? In solitude I wander these roads. The dwarves of Bael Modan show no respect for my land. Horrendous blasts drive holes deep into the ground as noisy machines rip apart the hills. Lands which once served as home and provider to my tribe are now riddled with destructive dwarves. Attempts at reaching a diplomatic resolution have failed. Now is the time for decisive action. Drive the dwarves from the Bael Modan excavation by force, and bring to me the journal of their leader, Prospector Kazgor.
Oh.
No way.
See? This is how my friend Doggerap played. Notice how he had to shoot the guy 7 times with a double barrel about 5 feet away, and you begin to cuss the developers for the retard fucking idiots that they actually are. Goddamn idiots
the
have
war chief has instructed
goddamn
me to
worthless
study all
idiots
kinds
have
of
no
weapons
idea
and
what a
armor.
shotgun is.
He has sent me here to the hub
Fucking
of both the
idiot
Tauren and
developers.
Orc cultures in the Barrens to meet as many travelers as possible
Weapons of choice
and
completed.
to learn about the cultures of the Barrens.
Experience gained,
He feels
1950.
there's something to be learned from even the most
receive item,
pathetic of
demolition hammer.
cultures, like the
Greater magic
Quillboar
essence
or
X2.
Centaur. Excellent, excellent specimens indeed. The Quillboar are further along than I had expected. Here, adventurer, take this and get out of my way. I'd better take a closer look at these weapons. We may have underestimated our enemy, and that's the kind of mistake we can't afford to make.
Betrayal from within completed. Experience gained, 1,500. You receive item. Lock skull.
Quest accepted. Betrayal from within.
Kill both of them too, look. They're both full loaded. They're both fucking straight strapped to like fucking Hazy, fucking, you know, AK. And he just killed both of them with a double barrel. That's how Dog Giraffe used to play. It's fucking insane. He didn't need anything else. They always walk up to the double barrel. I don't know why, but they just assume the AK wins, so they just push the double barrel, thinking that they can push a double barrel. But no, you can't. You can't really push a double barrel. It's gonna kill you. Not if it's like 2 feet away. You can't really push a double barrel around a corner. They're gonna kill you. He plays the short game really well. I choke at this range. Some people thrive in it. I can't stand when somebody's that close to me. It fucking breaks my brain. It's fucking so annoying. I guess I go south again now. I just wanted to send stuff to the alts. Yeah, I got a little bit of silver. Nice.
Lesser Magic Essence X2.
I guess I
You receive
could.
item. Greater Magic Essence X4.
I can make some stuff here. We can make some greater mystic magic wands. Yeah, we'll make some greater magic wands because it's, you know, if I can still get skill up from it, I might as well.
You create greater magic wand. You create greater magic wand. You create greater magic wand. You create greater magic wand.
Why did you skin his corpse? You die because of it.
You create greater magic wand.
That is insane! That is insane! That is insane!
You create greater magic wand.
Oh no! You motherfucker!
What the fuck, man?
I cannot aid you with further lessons. Your skills have surpassed mine. Go and see the Torrent Una in the northwestern shops of Thunder Bluff's Central Plateau. She offers more advanced training.
Right, this tree has finally got to go out of the base. I think the others can stay for now. Alright, cool. So this area was poppin', and even with some of those L's, the W's were even greater. And my boxes were absolutely jam-packed full of loot. I'd have to sort it at this point.
As the
because
wind on the
space, it was
plains, you are
becoming an
always
issue.
welcome
Alright, we've done a bit of sorting. We've got our temporary loot rooms. A lot of these are going to be filled up with coffins. These furnaces are going to be moved out there. And a large battery is going to be put here. So, with coffin space, it's going to be 3, 6, 12. 12 coffins, 12 large storage boxes, easy. Now this is a box for tools and kits, my weapons, miscellaneous stuff, shit comps, and I just put bandages in there for now. Actually, I might move those to the med box. There we go. Empty box, comp box, and resources. And here we have food, heads, and you know, under workbench stuff. Okay, we've messed around for quite a while. Not messed around, you know. We've PvP'd and whatnot for quite a while, but we need resources really badly. TC's starting to run a bit low. I haven't got these bloody furnaces cooking in ages.
What? What? Thank you.
Holy frick! Combat knives are scary, man.
Love combat knives. Everybody I ever met was like, fuck combat knives, except for one of my friends. I love combat knives, they're so fucking strong.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get this one. Looting on zip lines is a pain in the ass, I'll tell ya. Damn, that's right through the mouth. Just hanging up here with my best friend. I'm like Ferguson from Jarhead. Oh. Catch! I hear him that way.
This game took like fucking 6 hours to fucking install.
Yo, hey, can you pick me up a list, please? There's no naked spawn point.
Yeah, there is. It's right here. I promise. I promise it's right here.
What? Oh my god.
Oh, he's too far out in the open.
Here.
50 mil. MP5, just yeah, get it out. Get the MP5. What are you doing? Where's the MP5? Get the MP5 off the fucking ground. You're an idiot. You left the MP5 on the ground. You didn't see it or whatever. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you left the MP5 on the fucking ground. It was the only loot. I'm sorry, but I mean, you're entertaining. You're good at this, but I don't think you're good. I saw a bad tactical mistake there that I never ever would have made. Yeah, let's see what he says about the solo compound here. We've all been there.
Of course.
Warp drive active.
Welcome back. Today, playing solo. But let's get right into it. You guys see that chicken phase through that log? What the hell was that? Unbelievable.
I don't know.
Stuff they got going on.
I know. Fucking developers, man. Fucking jackasses.
Guys, today they changed the color of mushrooms.
Really?
Blue mushrooms.
Yeah, you got blue. Oh, really? You can change the color of mushrooms?
Yellow mushrooms. Who the hell wants yellow mushrooms? Let's make mushrooms blue. Monument block blue. Ally name. Enemy
Oh,
name,
wow.
tree
They
marker
changed
color,
accessibility, huh?
Trichinopoeia. Hunger bar.
Nice,
color.
interesting. I had no idea.
Oh, look at that. That's sick. Health bar purple. I kinda
Yeah.
want it to be green. Maybe hunger bar can be. You know, I don't like change. I'm gonna leave it. But blue mushrooms.
I don't like change. I'm gonna leave
guys,
it.
today we're gonna be playing Rust, and you know, I don't know. Do you know? I don't know what's going on. I'm
Fuck
just gonna
no.
be playing some Rust.
I have no idea
I
what's
lost
going
my wallet
on.
that chicken. Hopefully we can make some plays, have some fun. Sun's about to set in the world of Rust. It's foggy. Maybe I use the nighttime to just get some bags down around the map, see what's going on. And yeah, guys, check out Monkey Clothing. Got some good stuff. We got a couple gym items coming soon. I don't know if they'll be out when this video drops, but a small new collection for the active spooner, among other things. And Gamer Soap, check it out. Check out the subscriptions. Get a discount.
Oh,
you know,
I left my
let's
pen,
get
I
it.
think.
That's enough.
Yeah, it is.
Guys, I got 7 worms. This is a big development. Oh, I just realized Giant Excavator is next to Sulfur Quarry on this map. That's pretty nuts. I'm gonna try and get a bag down there. I am, 1 day into wipe. It wiped yesterday, so there are some bases up, but I can't imagine there's anything that crazy. But I guess we'll see. But that's a pretty nuts seed. So surely someone's down there. Okay, there's a sizable base out here, but not crazy. Kind of want to jump in. I have kind of a lot of comps, so maybe I stash them first. Might make like a legacy shack. Oh, they're online. Okay. Maybe I don't hop in yet. Ooh, someone took Bradley too. There must be someone up at launch. Oh no, I think he's chasing me. What the? I don't even know what just happened. Damn it, man.
Hacker.
OTA
Fucking hacker. What do you, if it's, I don't even know what happened, it's a fucking hacker. He fucking, what do you mean? You have like 1 million subs, don't you? You have like 1 million subs. What do you mean? What do you mean what just happened? You fucking heard it. He fucking quadrupled you from like 95 meters. That can't happen. You're an idiot if you don't know what just happened. I could hear it. You can hear it. The squish, 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 squish. All 4 fucking like quadruple dome from a Tommy from 95 meters. Let's listen to it again. If you don't know what it is, you don't deserve the 1 million subs. Come on, man.
Oh, they're online. Okay.
He's a 74.
Yeah. Ooh, someone took Bradley too.
Now wait.
Must
Now
be
listen to
someone
it.
up
Now
at
listen
launch.
to it. Wait. Here it is. He's 79. Miss. Now he turns on the aimbot. There it is. Did you hear it? Did you hear him turn on the aimbot? If you don't know what it is, you don't deserve the 1 million subs, motherfucker. You don't.
Ooh, someone took Bradley.
Now listen to the shots. They're fucking bad. Listen. Bow. SAR. Oh, then he turns it on. Listen to it. There, he's way over there. See, there's the base. They're on the roof with SAR, and the other guy's got M2, but he's not firing because he knows that he's got aimbot, and he's scared this guy will suss it out. So listen to the shots. Anybody with a brain, or I'm sorry, anybody with like 3,000 hours of Rust would know exactly what it was. This guy's like faded out on heroin or something like that. He's faded out on some pills. You can hear it in his voice. He's like faded. He's like one of those like strung out shooter kids that gambles all the time, I think. He's slow. You can hear it. It's Xannies. He's on Xannies, and he can't detect it. He's just got aimbotted. Listen to it. Hear it with blow as the SAR misses. Wow. Listen to all 13 missed shots and then the aimbot. Listen to it. Oops, sorry. We're gonna pop it back.
Might make like a legacy shack.
Blow. Listen to him miss 11 shots in a goddamn row because he sucks dick. Listen to it. Now there's a pause while he's alt tabbing to turn on the aimbot. Listen to it.
Maybe I don't hop in yet.
Blow, miss. Right there it is.
There must be someone up at launch.
Blow, SAR again. You're at that's like the 15 shot he's missed. Now listen, there's a pause while he's turning on the aimbot right now. Now listen to it. It's clear as day. Anybody with a brain would know.
Oh no, I think he's chasing me.
There it is in his aimbot. Squish. All 4 shots fucking domed him. Fucking aimbot. M2 from 95 something.
What the?
And in that what the fuck response, yeah, from a dude who plays Rust, who has 1 million subs, that what the fuck response, and this is why I don't play competitive Rust, this is why I don't solo on big servers, it's how I know it's a toilet filled with worthless piece of shit, skibbity toilet cocksuckers like that, and you can fucking hear them sucking dick. You can hear them sucking dick in the men's restroom as they turn on the aimbot. It's like literally like that. Did you hear it? I heard it. He was like, what was that? That's how you know. That what? You know, that what moment, you know? Happens to me all the time.
Damn it, man. Multi-AT roamer?
No, roamer, motherfucker. You ran past his base. You ignored the 15 fucking SAR shots at you like they weren't there. You didn't even pay attention to him. So he turned on the aimbot and he fucking milked you from 95 meters or some shit. If you didn't hear it, you're Xannied out or whatever the fuck's up with you. You're too sedated to be a successful Rust streamer. I can hear it in your voice. You're good at the game. I'm not saying that. I'm saying how you didn't know what just happened to you. I would know from the sound. I don't even need to see the motherfucker shooting at me. I can hear it. I can hear the aimbot. I could hear the aimbot turning on, and the squish as he M2'd you from 95 meters or some dumb shit. And if you had a clue, you'd have the combat log open right now, trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. But now you're zannied out or some shit on that 1,000,000 subs. And you're like probably CSGO Rust skin gambling and stuff. It's weird. Younger generation's weird.
Tag over there yet. That's a shame. I had a lot of comps. Should have stashed them faster. Just a little.
You just maybe shouldn't have like ran from the M2 guy. I would have gotten cover. There was many situations like we could do this whole scenario again, right? So let's listen to this again. So I heard the shots start right about here when he passes the base. Listen to it. Now let's chart his progress towards stupidity, because you can like pretty much you can see the problems coming. You can hear it. He's got his map open while he runs past this huge chonker base.
It's down there.
Okay, so here, no, I'm sorry. Here's the huge chonker. So never mind. He was at night. Now it's daytime.
Not crazy.
Here's the first shot. Blow.
I have kind of a
he ignored it.
So maybe I stash him first. Might make like a legacy shack.
Blow. Second shot. He ignores it. Third shot.
Oh, no.
Blow. He's not a bad kid, but he's not good either. Blow. Now he is paying attention. He's like, oh my, okay.
Maybe I don't.
6, 7 shot. It goes all the way to 15 or something.
Ooh, someone took Bradley too. So there must be someone up at launch.
Now, right here, he could have gotten cover. You see it? He could have sprinted the horse, gotten the rock for cover, and taken cover from the base that's firing at him. But instead, he fucks up. He rides over the fucking car.
Oh no, I think he's...
And there's the aimbot. You see, and the blood is instant because he took one in the neck, and the next 4 are his head. Listen to the squishes. Hear it? And that's how you know. If you don't know, and this is why I don't play a lot of Rust. My brain picks it out. Something about the sounds I'm particularly fucking good at interpreting. I always have been. I'm like, oh, he's left the base now, or oh, he's way over there now, or whatever. This is how I eluded fucking piece of shit stream snipers forever. I have a very high instinct for when somebody's stalking me or fucking with me or something like that, or somebody's looking at me through a scope on a rooftop or some shit. Pretty good sixth sense about that stuff. So like I gotta say, like, I don't know, man, like if you can't pick up on what just happened to you, I don't think you really deserve the 1,000,000 subs. It's very clear what just happened to you. It was M2 aimbot. You can't quadruple dome M2 a moving target on a fucking horse from 95 meters on a motherfucking roof. Maybe even with an 8X. I don't even think so. No, not like that. No, not at that length. The scope pop literally makes it impossible to land 4 triple domes like that. It was aimbot. M2 can't land that 4 in a row like that. It was like the neck into the triple dome. And trust me, M2 can't pull that kind of weight. Not spray like that. Not from 95 meters. No. Now it'll hit a lot. It'll hit you like 32 times in 3 seconds or something like that. But you've got to be dragging that scope downwards and doing the recoil pattern and landing it. And like that guy, he didn't have any of that. He just initially domed the first 4 shot spray, which is just impossible. Aimbot. Only way you can do that is aimbot. It's impossible. Anybody sitting in a fucking, like, we used to sit in a lot of UKN and stuff, and anybody with some ears for it can understand who's cheating. It's very fucking simple. You can hear it. The motherfucking scripted assholes. That guy wasn't scripted. He was aimbot. Fucking aimbot. ESP aimbot. He knew where he was too.
Multi-AK roamer? I don't even...
And then I see he's like, Roamer, are you not aware that you just got fucking aimbotted by an M2 on the roof? The roof, son. The roof was where you took fire. The roof is where you took fire. If you don't have a fucking clue, then you don't have a clue. The roof, motherfucker. The roof.
Bag over there yet. That's a shame. I had a lot of comps. Should have stashed them faster.
It's a shame you have no idea what just happened.
I've never even seen that. This spot over here seems kind of good though. You got silo, mill tons, high qual quarry, and large oil. Little peninsula. Definitely want to check that out. Okay. I'm gonna try and jump in this base. Oh my god, they built up like a bunch. And he's still on the roof. Wait a minute, this dude's solo? It's actually kind of crazy. Some guy in chat is Mr. Old Spoon Kid. New Spoon Kid just farms nodes the whole video, no PvP whatsoever. I'm gonna take this as a sign that I need to step my game up, PvP wise. I'm sorry, guys. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're zannied up. I think that dude just made a comment about it in the fucking chat, and you unironically kind of had to put it in your fucking video, or you would have been trolled. And yeah, you had to make a comment, and you do. You sound zannied out to me, man. I'm sorry, but you do. Because you're young. You're like 29, it sounded to me. Maybe 31. 29, 31, something. But you sound fucking slower than me. I'm sorry, but you do. You sound fucking slower than me. I'm a 40-some-odd-year-old man. 40-some-odd mid-aged man. I walked for 2 hours in the motherfucking sun today. And then I did, and then now I've done a 14-hour shift, and I'm still motherfucking faster than you. Nope. Free money. Oh, don't aggro. Yep. Oh. Yep,
Damn,
gotta be careful.
DB? Like that. Alright, I'm just gonna put up a legacy shack. I'm not gonna make the same mistake again. Stash all this extra scrap, and then I'm just gonna run around with this DB as I explore. Alright, I'm just gonna tuck it away in this forest. Hopefully nobody sees it.
Duck.
Okay,
Oh
it is
lord,
time
do you
to
mind digging
explore.
No, it's fine.
Okay. I mean, get a tier 1. In fact, I could just move in here, but I really want to. Hey, look at that. Blue X. Amazing. Alright, I'm gonna check out this compound. It almost looks raided, but I can't tell. Just gonna see what's going on. Saw someone jump, I think, inside. Not sure. Or maybe they're jumping out. Oh no.
Now, where did that come through? There was no holes. The fuck was this? What do you plan to do? You want to DB this trio? Are you that good? You're gonna do an entry on a trio? Okay.
Your skill has increased.
You gonna take that damage from the motherfucking barbed wire while you got a trio spraying you with a fucking Tommy or whatever? While you're full of comps? Is that really your play here? I'm sorry, but like, I'm sorry, but I'm just kind of a critical thinker, you know? And this premise that you got going here, it's sort of like you just loaded up with loot and now you're bringing it to their, literally inside their courtyard, to their front door. Why? Yeah, rethink it, buddy. Rethink it, please.
External down. I'm gonna try and farm up a
Yeah, I think so. And maybe stash everything you've got.
Real quick. These guys, I think, have a lot of loot, but I don't know what that base is.
I know that you can get up in that compound. I know that you've got the skill, but should you? And also, it's like nigh 5 minutes from dark, which makes it pretty much like, yeah, I mean, dark's gonna help him, but I mean, what are you gonna do about all those comps? Like do something.
Maybe it is, but it doesn't look like it. Maybe they have some haphazardly placed loot. Who knows? Okay, it is time to get mischievous. I also got enough for 2 TCs before I even have a base, which is maybe foolish, but why not? They said I just farm nodes and don't PvP, man. I gotta do them right. Hopefully this will draw them out too.
Oh yeah, I've got a bludgeon. That really hurts bones. Yeah. Hammers hurt bones really bad.
Okay, might be all timed.
There we go. You played it much better this time. Right on, buddy. Right on. I liked it. I liked it that you weren't too stupid about it. You did this much better. You restored my faith in you. I like you, Spoon Kid. I always have. You restored my faith there because you were like kind of making some bad, like even to my exhausted, fogged out brain, you were making terrible fucking choices. So I don't know.
Something.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go eat a bunch of pumpkins and then jump in. What the hell? It's tempting. It sounds like
Was
a big
heavy rain there for a minute.
Maybe I stay on target.
That is death. We're not doing that. Yeah, we'll just go do the ramp. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. No. Cheater. You hear it? It's a cheater. You can hear the ones that are cheaters. You can hear them. I think he still killed him too. See, he is good. He's good. He's worthy. He's worthy of the million.
Receive loot. Will cost 2. You loot 75 copper.
Aggro.
How are you inside their base and why? What is to be gained here except like?
I may have just screwed myself.
No, I don't know.
You receive loot. Warp blade. You receive loot. Wool cloth. You loot 72 copper.
Lord Cyric Blackforge.
Aggro.
Okay, they're both on timer. I'm just gonna try to spawn. Is really my only hope. I doubt it'll work, but we'll see.
You receive loot. Linen cloth 3. You receive loot. Melon juice.
No.
You loot 1 silver. 9 copper.
Oh, that's bullshit, man. What?
Fuck you, pussy. Can't think fuck. Eat rocks.
Damn, that's fucking DB, man. Come on, that thing shouldn't be that powerful. I should have just left.
You loot 25 copper.
Aggro.
Oh, I can't get out of here. I need an edge. Oh my god, 1 HP. No fucking way.
The water. See, you're